Welcome to the thing, guys. What happened to my chair? Okay. Ah. Jo. Hej arbeit. Ja, den kan. Is everyone excited for tomorrow? Only one more day of stalling, guys. We're almost there. Glad you like the music. Gonna like slightly lower it though. I'm gonna do like one more day of cooking and stuff. One more sleep, yes. What's that? Wait. Oh. Maybe I should not play this. Is he saying something there or what? Okay. Okay, not bad. I can't play the music unfortunately right now. He can't speak. Oof. Good one though. Oh man, some good old Linkin Park, man. I need to listen to them again at some point. Here's the funny part. After 12,000 hours, he could have earned 20 pounds per hour, 240,000, basically a house or 2 Ferrari. Wait, 2 Ferrari for 240? What kind of low-end Ferraris are we talking about? And in what world do you get a house for 240,000? Not in Germany, that's for sure. In England. Okay, I can't believe that. I mean, who wants to move actively to Great Britain right now? What class would I play? I will probably start a mercenary and then go something with grenades and stuff. I made a video about it actually. Yo, Jizzy. What is it? Jizzy Jizzle. Hello. I'm playing PoE 1 for the first time to check it out. PoE 2 looks good. Yeah, everyone is hyped for PoE 2. What build might be easy and straightforward for beginners? I think Deadeye or Stormweaver. I would say basically anything on Warrior. And yeah, Stormweaver, you can do like many different spell, caster variations basically. I think Stormweaver is a pretty safe pick. So I would recommend like, those two or three rather, I guess, if you think about two ascendancies on this Warrior. So these are probably like the most safe choices, I'd say. But yeah. Did you look at the Fabgun doc and info links? No, actually I did not. We had the streamer predictions of Fabgun yesterday. I actually haven't checked this channel in a little bit. So what do you got? Fabgun's predictor master sheet. Okay, let's see this actually. 1 second. Okay. It's just view only. There's a lot of people here actually. Okay. Damn. Yeah, so if you weren't here yesterday I was actually also doing this with Fabgan. So he asked us some questions, like 10 questions basically. Let's see. What build are you playing? Cluster Grenades, Aurora, Deadeye, Hammer of the Gods, Warrior, whatever skill is cool, Monk, Sorg, Mana Stacking, Archmage, Crossbows, Merc, Witch, Blood Mage, I have Winter, I guess. Monk. Minions, Witch or Sorg, Stormweaver, Spark, Pathfinder, Poison. It's kind of interesting to see, man. These different like choices and stuff. I mean, there are some, you know, returning things or something that's not really like decided yet, I guess. Not playing Merc. Yeah, it seems so. Infernalist or Gemling minions. Blood Mage, Mind Over Matter, Archmage. Oh, Grimroar is coming back. I haven't actually seen him stream in a long time and stuff. Stormweaver, Archmage, BL. Titan, Earthquake. I thought this wanted to do something with totems, but I guess that Titan can do that just fine. Two-handed Slimes, Titans. Yeah, okay, they're both doing almost the same thing. Say anything about hardcore? No. Merc, Cluster Grenade, Monk, Flicker Strike, Warrior, Stampede. This is Hammer of the Gods, right? Merc or Deadeye, Crossbow, Bow, Monk, Archmage, Poison, Pathfinder, Roar, Witch Hunter, Clusters. Ah. Titan, Hammer of the Gods, Slams. all the hardcore races, they're all playing Titan with like some slams and stuff. Okay. I mean, it's very tempting to be fair. I think it's gonna be very strong. Witch, Fire Stuff, or Archmage? All of them. Good luck. Rex is very optimistic. Undecided. MF Deadeye. Titan. Shayula Monk. Hammer of the Gods. Chronomancer. Cold Spells. Interesting, there's a Chronomancer, man. Let's go. Merc, Grenades, Crossbows. Okay, there's definitely a bunch of people who play like Merc or Crossbows in various forms. Cluster Grenades, Chronomancer. That's a cool one. I was actually briefly considering this as well. Chronomancer with the grenade stuff should be relatively decent even. Harder, Fire, Archmage, Chrono. Chrono. There's actually a lot of Chronos here. Crossbows and bells. Infernus minions. That's me. Warbringer, totems, Infernalist minions. Blood Mage, Witch minion. Okay. Cold Chrono is gonna be lit. What do we got on cold skills that are like really good with cooldown and stuff? Comet Enjoyers? Yeah, but Comet doesn't have a cooldown, does it? Yeah, I'm gonna do a hardcore, but I will not continue hardcore after I die. So we're just doing hardcore until I die and just continue softcore until we've killed the boss once. And then we're probably gonna go hardcore afterwards, and I wanna see. Ping plus Hourglass is a cooldown. Yeah, okay, but you don't want to take like a skill that you want to spam and then put Hourglass on it just to make it a cooldown, so then you can use it with Chronomancer and then have like a 1 in 3 chance to get it. I mean... Anyway, Also the most OP skill in the game that isn't bugged. Okay, so Roar, Hammer, Thunder. I think Thunder definitely has potential there. Unlike, I think Warbringer has like the armor break stuff, right? Could be pretty nuts. DD. Bone Storm. I said Rain of Arrows myself as well. I think Rain of Arrows is gonna be pretty OP. Infernal Hound. Cluster Grenades. Monk Bell. Time Stop. That's funny. Flame Blast. I think Flame Blast is pretty good, but probably not OP. Meta Gems. Ranger T13 skill. Okay. How long will server issues last for? So I said 30 hours. Apparently I was like pretty pessimistic there. There's 20 hours. Most people actually are very optimistic here, besides Root 2. So it's like, it's kind of funny. Rob and me, we are the two most pessimistic here, basically, besides this, I guess. 0, 2, 3, 0. Interesting. 48 hours, yeah, Lily. Okay. Nah, Steam preload is not happening. I think maybe right before. I'm not sure when exactly Steam you can download it. But my plan is after the stream I was gonna download the standalone client, I guess, for the start. Yeah. Can I link the sheet? I guess so. Oh, someone posted on Reddit. That's cool. Okay, I wonder what the comments also say there. Okay, how many hours for World First Level 100? Let's see. So I think we're talking about slash played here, not about hours since launch. 125, 110, 70. 2 weeks, holy shit. 3 weeks. 350 hours. 1 month. Damn. Day 9. 2 weeks. 216. Okay. 134. 14 days. Over a month, says Alec. Holy shit. 400 hours go Ratha. Okay. Interesting. DM, what the hell, 14? What? 500 hours on Quantric. Okay. I said 120. Since Steam can't preload, servers will probably run better. We're not logging in all at once. Yeah, I guess most people have relatively fast download speeds these days, don't know. But yeah, it'll not be like all instantaneously. Peak player count on Steam. Okay, a lot of people say like 400, 500, 600, 700, 800. Okay, so I'm expecting a lot. Rise Cutie says 1.3 million. DM 1.2, Racket 1.2. I think I also said 1.2. Yeah, I also said 1.2 actually. Let's see if we're gonna see 1 million. The highest is Devil Cat 1.5. Interesting. Have I watched Hamburg's video? Which one? You have to step up giveaway on keys. Rex is giving away 55 keys. 55 keys? What? That is a lot of money. I mean, I like giving away some keys, but that is a lot of money, to be fair. What the fuck? Okay, then. Ah, they're not his own keys. Okay. Well, I was wondering, like, what the heck is going on? I know, I got like 2 keys from someone, like, a week ago and stuff. and that was about it. So if you guys have some keys, then let me know. Sure, I can do giveaways of those as well. I was just giving away my own keys. You won't even know the real peak players. Yeah, apparently, like I didn't know really like how it's gonna work. But apparently Steam cannot preload at all, I think. So this means everyone who wants to log in on like, minute 1 will have to first download the standalone client and will probably keep playing on a standalone client for the launch, which means, the Steam numbers will be like way lower than it actually should be, right? And then, maybe like sometime next week, I'm just gonna download the Steam or something, or maybe when I'm sleeping at some point, I'll just download the Steam client. I wonder if they're gonna give us the numbers. Yeah, that would be fun if they would actually tell us. Should you play hardcore in Path of Exile 2 video? I mean, I already know I'm gonna play a lot of hardcore. But it might be interesting. I like listening to Havoc. He has a very neat style of making videos. You bought the 160 pack and it says your account is eligible for EA. Yes. So when you are eligible, then like when it already tells you, then you should be able to log in, basically. Wonkas, what are we talking about here? My audio is cutting out after sub notification. Did I miss sub notification or what? Or what exactly? Name hunting will be real. Yeah. I bought from a couple days ago. Can you link it to me or something? Like, I'm not sure what you mean now. Anyway, let's go for the other questions here. Number 5. How many hours to reach the final boss? 40. Okay, I guess it will depend. Can you find the final boss without going to tier 15 maps or tier 16 maps? I guess technically you can, right? Because you just have to explore the Atlas. And then you eventually find a tower, and I guess the tower is like irrelevant of like, like the map tiers, but maybe you have to do everything on like tier 15, for example, in order to even like unlock and get the keys and stuff like that. So there must be some kind of restriction, because if this is like supposed to be the hardest challenge, it must be on the highest tier. So 40 hours, like, yeah. Most people will still be in a campaign at that point. Okay, let's see, 110, 24, kick, 65, day 5, 30, 100. What did I say? I said 60. So it's like 2.5 days. Could happen, I guess. 175, holy. 300. Seems very pessimistic. He also said 400 hours for first level 100. Okay. 35 hours. PM also said 60. Interesting, the M said the same hours here and the same peak player count as me. That's funny. We're still looking to making pre-download available for other platforms. Xbox pre-download is available. PlayStation Founders Pack should go live 24 hours before. Okay, that's nice. Why does only Path of Exile site show you multiple keys? Yeah, because there are third-party tools, right? There's like a Steam, that's a third party. There's the Epic Games launcher from EA, that's in the third party. So you need to use the key on their launcher if you want to play there. But this has nothing to do with your account. You know, your account information is still the same and your account is still eligible on all of the platforms. But in order to even add it there, you need to have to add the extra key basically to get there. What I think about Blood Mage, I'm not too impressed with Blood Mage, I gotta say. I think it's gonna be relatively good late game, but I think early game it's gonna be really weak for a while. And even then you need like kind of like the right setup for it. Let's be honest, all these numbers are random. They are. I mean, as far as I know, no one who was a streamer or content creator was like in any of the betas. So, first play to kill the secret pinnacle boss. Havoc, Tai named himself. Okay, Karn, Orgel, Sibub, Random, Ben. I guess most people will probably say Ben. Yeah, there's a lot of Ben here, a lot of Havoc. Both of these choices make sense. I said unknown. Tai 23. I wonder if he's coming back. He used to be like some giga old school speedrunner. That's funny. So Datmos, Rax, and me all said it's gonna be like some random. And everyone else named someone. That's funny. I don't know who's this and this aeroplane. Sibub. Okay, he named himself apparently. Havoc named Tai23, that's funny. I'm not sure who's MPM. Changron. Alex is a good PoE 1 player. Okay, I don't know him actually. Like I know almost everyone here on this list, but not this guy. Is he a streamer or is he just like a racer or something? Like off stream and stuff? One thing I didn't get is the armor type. If you can add modifier stats on it, what does the type do? The type has like different base stats, you know, there's like, you know, armor, there's evasion, there's energy shield. There's also like certain like stat requirements for each of those bases. So armor bases are usually strength based, evasion is usually dex based, and so on. And also in some cases there might be like slightly different like defensive stats you roll, like, you know, an armor chest cannot roll energy shield, for example. So you will just roll more armor if you try to improve it, for example, and stuff like that. Rod is in. Oh no. Uh-oh. Nobody predicted Elon to win. Foolish. I mean, I imagine that, like, you know, most of the 4 people are also playing some PoE now. I'm waiting for Crypt to come in and just mop the floor. That would be a bit of a surprise. Did he actually ask Crypt? No, we don't have predictions from Crypt, unfortunately. Why not? Hello, Fitty. Had a pattern as well. You heard some rumors, PoE login tomorrow. Yes. The word on the street says login. Okay, number 7. How many deaths will you have at the end of the campaign? Act 3 cruel. Here it's gonna get interesting. Snap says 0. And Taita says 0. Okay, who else said 0? Okay, here's one more. Jungroan. Okay. What are they playing? I mean, Snap is probably like, playing group, I guess. But no deaths? I don't think so. Taita with 0, okay. I said 5. Let's see. It really depends on, like, maybe there will be some really hard act bosses or something. Maybe the final act bosses, for example, are gonna be pretty rough. I've never fought any of the, like, final act bosses. But I have fought some of the bosses when I played. And I didn't find them really too hard. So, we'll see, I guess. 24 hours to reach a final pinnacle boss. Yeah, that seems very optimistic. I mean, maybe if this is like, 1.0 launch and not early access launch, I would say, okay, maybe. Usually like an RPG is kind of like done by like around like 1 or 2 days in, I guess. In terms of like races and first kills and stuff like that. Like in that sense, usually done in like around that time frame, I guess. Like the speedrunners. But 24 hours on the first, I think the question was only to reach the final boss though, not to kill it. So it might be easier to actually unlock it than it is to kill it, What I'm gonna do when I die? I will continue on softcore. Like, there's not much of a reason to keep playing hardcore and like, bash your head against the wall. Because, if I have to redo everything on hardcore every time, like, it's very slow progression, there's like no real catch up or anything, right? So if I die, like, let's say I make it through the campaign and I die in like, some map in the tier 5 maps or something, I have to make my way through the campaign again and then do all that stuff again, right? So it would just be like a waste of time basically doing hardcore from the start. I think realistically the best chances of killing, for example, the last boss first in hardcore is to actually just do it on softcore and then go hardcore afterwards. Is Mathel on the list? Actually, I'm not sure if Mathel was here. Looks like I didn't get Mathel. Game looks easy to me. Well, then good luck with the world first, Elijah. Alright. Interesting though, how many deaths do we have at the end of campaign? Let's see. 40. 0, 45, 20, 45, 100. 9 says Ventura. 180 Steel Age. Okay, what? 60, 150 Grimrow. 100 Catalans. 46 is 16 Ben. 0 Jungron. Lily 10. Never Sync 100. Karn 15. MP 69. Nice. 1 says Alkaiser. Okay. Garafa says 5 is the same as me. Rex says 60. 7. It's very interesting to see like these these numbers, man. Rob says 69. 150, 500. Hog. He's playing Chronomancer with crossbows and bells, by the way. Palsor and 80. Oh boy. Interesting. The predictions of first pinnacle boss and first level 100, yeah. We're just going through how many deaths at the end of the campaign. How many hours until we get the first nerf? That was a funny question, actually. 24. 2 weeks. 24 is built. Okay. 30, 55, 16. I think all these are very long. I said, what did I say? 5 hours. I'm pretty sure they're gonna hotfix stuff like day one. I'll be very surprised if they don't. Kutok says 2 hours. 7 days. It's interesting. 120 hours. It's like almost a week. Titan nerfed day one. Yeah, the thing is that, you know, like the power of Titan, for example, won't become very obvious in the low levels, right? It will become obvious later, but it might be that, for example, they already know they want to nerf certain things, and then at some point they have to push like a hotfix for some, you know, bugs or whatever, you know, whatever popped up, you know, maybe people are crashing, and they just kind of like push like some nerfs with that bug fix. So this is kind of what I expect. So I'm pretty sure they already have like different numbers for some of the things that we've seen and whatever. We had some interesting conversations in Steven's chest. Okay, what is that? Traditional steel yapping and not understanding the full picture. Basically put you and Rob in the same group, didn't know if you guys would like PoE too. Oof. Okay. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know that I've played a lot of PoE. And to be fair, I didn't really do that much like YouTube content when I did. You know, like if you want to be noticed in PoE, either you get rank 1s or you do a lot of YouTube content. And, well, I didn't actually do either of those two things. So I was just mostly streaming without like competing much. Stealth PoE streamer. Flying under the radar. Are there any seasons in early access? They talked about that they're gonna do resets, so it's probably gonna be like kind of like leagues, you know? Probably like 2-3 resets or something, I would imagine, over time. Maybe when they introduce the Druid and the Huntress, they're gonna do the first reset in like, you know, 2-3 months or something. And then they're gonna introduce the other classes and gonna do another reset and stuff like that, I guess. Major balance adjustments should not be expected at the beginning, but rather the Druid and Huntress release. Okay. Well, we'll see. If something's like too broken, I guess they're gonna fix it anyway. You know, if like Hammer of the Gods, Ignite actually turns out to just like kind of one-tap all the bosses easy peasy and stuff, they're 100% gonna nerf that. So a lot of people confident in Ben. Yeah, I mean, Ben is like largely considered the best player out there, right? In PoE. So it is not unlikely that he's gonna win. But the thing is that, you know, knowledge is power in a game like this. So, you know, with all these secret betas and whatever they had, you know, if there's like some big blasters out there that actually go ham and play it also like, you know, 30-hour sessions, and they know everything by heart and they know what is good and what is not and how all the bosses work, it's not unlikely that some random will win, I think. Like on 1.0 launch, I would maybe also put my money on Ben. But for early access launch, I think it's gonna be like some random guy. I-23 shows up when he needs to and then disappears again. Yeah, I remember there was like this legendary like Act 10 2 hours run or something, right? That I-23 did at some point before they nerfed everything. That got everything nerfed. Ben is overrated, you think? Have you seen how much money he earns in each of the gauntlets because he wins everything? I don't think he's overrated. Ben is very good. Ben is going full SC trade, and he said he will be shameless to test stuff. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. Ben took my money, lol. Yeah, it's definitely not a bad idea to play a lot more softcore. Like, I want to do some hardcore, but I don't think I want to play exclusively hardcore like I, do usually. So I'll probably also play a good bunch of softcore, maybe more softcore than hardcore at the very least until launch. Because, early access, there's probably going to be wonky stuff and whatever. Plus, we need to, like, just test everything. And you can just really only do it on softcore. So... Thai 23 killed Uber Shaper level 32. Yeah, I saw that. That was a funny video. Ben did a 3-hour series. Wait, what was the challenge for that? Okay, let's finish the last question, Sam. How many hours until we get the first nerf? Okay, we saw that. Okay. Which class will finish the campaign first? I think I said warrior. Yes. Snap says warrior, monk, witch, warrior, ranger, monk, merc, witch. Interesting. Ranger, warrior, Sork, merc. Really? Sis says mercenary. Interesting. Is he the only one that says merc? There's also a merc from Bazooka Tank. And here's some people. Madara, I don't know them. DM says merc. Everyone who says merc is not going to play merc though. Ah, here, Havoc does it actually. Okay, Havoc says merc will do it first. Deadeye, Monk, Sork. Interesting. These are kind of all over the place. A lot of warrior and monk. Okay, how long will it take Quinn to finish the campaign in hardcore? Snap says 4 days. 6 days, 5 days, 7 days, 3 days. Interesting. And then it says Dartmouth says 1 month. Everyone has like really low time and then 1 month. Boom. 25 days. 11 days says this. 5 weeks says Zhang. Ben says 75 hours. What the hell? 2 weeks. 10 days. Rex says never finishes. Oof. Okay, Hawk also says never finishes. I said 7 weeks. So that was my prediction. Palestone, 3 weeks. I mean, never finishes is not happening. Quinn is gonna play a lot of PoE now. He will do it. 2 months. It's even longer than I said, says DM. So are we the 2 longest? Yeah. Lots of pausing. Yeah, okay, if you like do a full pause abuse, I guess you might get through it relatively easy. That kind of sucks with the pause abuse, I gotta say. You lose 10 HP and pause, go on a rant for 1 hour and repeat. Oof. You just swap to softcore. Nah, Quinn is like a hardcore enjoyer now. He will do the campaign at some point. Could be a cooldown on the pause. Yeah, I think they really have to do something about it. Like, if this actually just becomes like full on, like, log out macro from PoE 1 again, basically. And not even that, right? It's actually better than Knockout Macro because you can pause the game and then consider, do you continue or not? So it's actually even stronger than Knockout Macro. That'll be kind of awful. Hardcore's gonna be cringe with all the pause of Exile. Yeah, pause is pretty OP. Especially if you're not in NA. What does it have to do with NA? It will get changed for bosses real quick. Yeah, at least something like that, I would imagine. Like, you know, the hard part definitely are the boss fights. And at least those should be kind of like uninterrupted, you know, sessions, right? Or I don't know, maybe you get like one pause in a boss fight or something like that, you know. But even that would be kind of, yeah, same problem, right? Pause core, I will do. Guardian Flamer Shooter, it says to grant 140 with damage as chaos. Not extra chaos damage as written in other skills. Yeah, it's missing the extra, but I think that's mostly a typo. Because it has otherwise exactly the same syntax. And also, like, what happens if you don't have 10 flames, you know? What if you have only one flame, for example? It takes Ben 0.5 seconds to DC from the server with /exit. Is that good or bad? How's pause a thing? How does it work in a multiplayer game? Actually, I'm not sure if the multiplayer will pause. But, I mean, no one plays this game multiplayer almost. So, I mean, okay, there will be people that play couch co-op and, you know, some groups like MP and stuff. But, you know, it's an ARPG. People play it solo, you know, 90% of them at least or something. So, how to join giveaway? It's gonna be on my Twitch chat later. You'll be playing co-op with this. Do you know how it works in multiplayer? You almost never play D4 solo. I mean, D4 is probably like also made a little bit more for like multiplayer with like the, you know, always online, you know, shared world kind of shenanigans. And I mean, it also comes down to like just like, you know, what you enjoy more, right? Some people just play groups a lot, and that's fine. There is the option to do it. But the genre itself is, you know, mostly a single player genre, I'd say. Should be able to move the overlay map off center, like to the left, you can still see a character. I wonder if they have such options. I know that you can like manually use like the arrow keys, for example, to move on the map, but it will still be centered on the center. You have game ready drivers of PoE login. Back in the time, D2 only party play was viable for reaching 100. Yeah. But D2 was very janky, I guess. And I mean, the genre is just matured, you know? Like basically, you know, like there's like this progression, right? You follow a certain path and, you know, it's like designed to kind of, you get stronger over time, and it's like very hard to actually find people that are kind of on the same level as you, right? Like in PoE, I would actually imagine like the balance to be relatively decent, but for example, compared to Diablo 4, where, you know, even like at the same progression step, certain builds have like such vastly different power levels. So you always need to like try to find someone who's like kind of your power level if you want to play together. Or you can at least kind of do some kind of combo or something like that. Yeah. It's kind of tough to do in a game like this. Anything else you want to watch here? Twitch tops, have you seen that? No. Good thing is GG is not Blizzard. That's a good thing, actually. I like GGG. If you have like any other like nice videos or leaks or something, or from the official channel, let me check. But I guess no, right? Was this actually the last interview that we had? IGN. Yo, Silence Luminaire, thanks for Prime, by the way. Data mining will start soon. Yeah, okay, if they actually like it or get it all figured out and stuff, that might take forever, so. The IGN interviews, no, I have not seen that. Can you link it? Maybe we should check that. IGN is old. Oh. Cypress State, thank you too. Okay, let's see if I have seen this or not. It's a 38 minutes interview. Perfect set 2 director on what an ARPG needs to succeed. Okay. Should we check that? Yo, Eric, thank you too. And easy peasy. Appreciate the bits. The can't do will override the other, basically. So, you know, this is kind of like the logic switches from, you know, you just cannot have elemental damage no matter what, you know.
Exile 2 has everybody
really hyped,
myself included, for the December 6th release of the beta. Now, I've been very fortunate in that I've gotten a few opportunities to play it over the last year. I've played the Witch, I've played the Ranger, I have played the Mercenary, I've played the Monk. I can't wait to dive in and play the beta. That said, at all of the preview opportunities, I had the chance to sit down with Jonathan Rogers, the game director, and ask him a few questions. Now, I've never released these interviews before, but I thought I would do so right now to get some thoughts from him about Path of Exile, about the games industry, and what he thinks.
What are you doing over there that's keeping people into Path for over 10 years and excited about Path 2? What do you focus on to keep that going?
I really think that it's being unafraid of innovation.
A month ago.
I think a lot of game companies, and especially as they get larger, they start to get very sort of dried in the wool, and it even happens within the studio. Like quite frequently, I propose a change and I get a lot of pushback from people because, oh, this is the way we've always done it, you know, that kind of thing. And just even from that, like, I don't think it's even necessary, like, you know, because people talk all the time about how, oh, you know, budgets get large and people get risk averse. I don't even think that's necessarily even the largest pressure. I think that what it is that even internal to the studio, you know, a lot of people get used to how things are. They want things to stay the same. Like many people who work for a game company are fans of the game. And so you get that same pressure of like, oh, you know, we can't change our flasks work. We can't change this. We can't change that. You know what I mean? And so we just have to really try to push through that. And so a lot of the time in the studio, what I'm doing is I'm saying to people, you know what, like even if you don't like this, we're going to try it. And if it's bad, then it's bad and we'll just do something else. But if, you know, it's worth trying to do different things. And I think that served us well. And every time we've taken risks, it's paid off, right? And every time that we've been risk averse, I think it hasn't gone as well for us.
Why do you sort of stand out right now in the industry? I think about how you handled a recent difficult decision, I have to imagine, to delay the beta from November to December. Well, let me rephrase the question. How did you decide to handle the delay in that manner?
Well, first of all, delaying a game is very, very difficult because there are so many people who want to tell you that it can't be done. And the reason they want to say that is because they're like, oh, you know, we're going to have to lose this deposit on this marketing thing, and we're going to have these server costs, and we're going to have this and that, right? So it ends up costing a lot of money. So it's a very difficult decision to make. And plus, there's also just disappointing the players, and everyone's afraid of that, and that's really hard. But at the same time, we just kind of got to the point where it was untenable not to delay because the risks were starting to get too high. But I think the really most important thing is just being honest with people, not appearing, you know, like, for lack of a better word, like a corporate drone, right? Like you want to actually just be honest and tell people exactly, you know, why did we come to this decision? What actually happened there? And I think that, you know, like every time we've ever been honest with the players, I think that's been something that's been really good. So, you know, that's where it comes from, really. Like we just told people exactly why it was. We didn't kind of mince words or kind of, you know, like trying to be vague. Like, you know, here is the exact thing that caused us to delay the game. We'll tell the players that, and they'll hopefully be understanding of that.
Yeah, totally get it. And I think it's received really well. I watched a different announcement from a different company, and it was all over the place. And then I watched yours, very succinct. You take responsibility, you apologize, and then you put it out there. And I as a player, really appreciated that because I am looking forward to the November date. What's the biggest issue facing the overall industry right now, in your opinion?
Oh, that's a tricky one. I mean, it's interesting because I think AAA gaming is in kind of in a weird place right now. Like, we're kind of in this weird, like maybe this is not the right, sort of AA territory where it's like we're in this kind of position where like we're not like one of the giant mega studios, so that we kind of haven't inflated to the point where it becomes difficult to even make anything. But we're also definitely not in the classification of what you would call an indie game either. So I think that's kind of interesting because there's just not a lot of huge things in that area. And really, I mean, that stuff we talked about the ossification of game development, like in AAA, it's just really, really bad at this point, right? Like there's definitely very little risk taking. There's kind of not a lot of that going on. But at the same time, you know, there aren't a lot of those kind of indies coming up and sort of entering the big leagues either. And so it's just something that's kind of been a trend for quite a while. You've kind of got the small games and you've got the big games. There's very little in the middle. So I think Path of Exile really is kind of in that sort of space, that one of the few games that kind of is in that type of area.
Like right in the middle.
Yeah, exactly, right? You know, so we get to have like kind of nice graphics and a nice budget and all that sort of stuff, but we also get to still be innovative and like do interesting things that other companies aren't doing. So I really don't know how to sort of reclaim that middle again and sort of have the game industry have that kind of stuff again. And I think that really is challenging for the industry. Like it used to be that there were a lot of what you might call AA games, and I kind of don't know where it all went. Like why do we now in this position where you've got the like ultra AAA stuff, which is kind of very stolid and kind of not really going anywhere, and then on the other end of the side of things, you've got like the indies where, you know, it can be hard to get the broader audiences, and you know, like I just don't know how you get that middle back.
Do you feel like there's been an over-prioritization?
I think that's actually a very good point that he's making there. I've not really been like following the like overall gaming market, but it kind of makes sense what he's saying. You know, there's like these very large companies. I guess, you know, one of the reasons is that it's just like, you know, it kind of like accumulates, you know, like the big companies. They have like the big games, you know, Blizzard is there and EA is there and whatever, right? So, you know, they just kind of make their stuff. And of course, they're not going to take many risks if they know that a certain recipe is already successful. Why would they like invest, you know, I don't know, $200 million into a game that is like completely different from anything else that will probably just flop because it is different, right? So it makes sense that the more the indie studios and the small studios actually make innovative stuff, because they don't have that much to lose. You know, there's not so much an investment. I mean, okay, they might not go anywhere and then have to close down a studio or something, but it's different than, you know, investing this large amount of resources into making something that is kind of like a big question mark in the end.
Put on graphics?
Well, you know, that's an interesting one. I think graphics are important. They actually set, like, there is definitely evidence that people appreciate a game more when graphics are a thing, but at the same time, like, you can do that stuff more efficiently if you're clever. And I understand it sort of may look like, the part of the reason why AAA budgets have inflated so much is because, of what they're doing with graphics. But at the same time, I do think that a lot of what they're doing, like you can do good-looking graphics by taking advantage of modern hardware without tying yourself into a process that leads to like a very expensive development process that I think some studios have. Like, we're able to produce a game with 100 bosses and like 800 monsters without having to, fall into the trap of having to have a team that's like absolutely thousands and thousands in size. Like, it can be done. It's just a question of, correct prioritization and the way that you do it. So I think it can be done. And as I said, players do value graphics. Like, it's important. Like, when people are looking at impressive boss fights, part of what they're looking at is the good animation and all the sort of work that we put into that. It's part of the spectacle and the charm. So, like, a lot of people do say graphics aren't important. I actually don't agree. I think they are important, but then at the same time, you have to be very careful not to waste time doing things, like sanding under the drawers is what they would, Pixar, I think, used to say, when you don't need to be doing that, when you can be concentrating on stuff that's actually, put the budget on the screen, as it were, as opposed to wasting a lot of time with things that people just don't really notice.
Do you think Path of Exile 2 is going to be able to dethrone Banana Game on Steam charts?
That's a tricky question. I think that when we go into full release, I think that there's a very good chance that we could end up topping the charts. But, for early access, I'm not so sure. I guess we're going to see. I really have no idea what kind of concurrency we're going to get for early access. Like, on the one hand, like, it is a big... I think it's going to be a big, tentpole release. On the other hand, it is early access, right? Like, a lot of people might be afraid to jump in for that reason. But I guess the message to those people would be that, we are a game that has the content of what a full AAA game would have these days. And we're also a much lower price point than what those games would be. So even though, it's early access, I think that the value proposition is incredibly there. And I think we should be able to see some pretty big numbers on launch of early access as well. But certainly, when we get to full release, I'm sure we're going to be topping the charts. I see no reason why.
I don't know what they mean with Banana Game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No idea.
Well, we're certainly going to buy enough servers for that.
Right. When you're making a game, what's the most important consideration a developer needs to have when crafting the experience? What needs to be top of the priority list?
It's honestly a very difficult question because of the fact that a good game, is the culmination of getting every little tiny detail right. And it really is that defeat in detail, I think, that makes games feel bad. And the amount of effort, it honestly takes a lot of experience to get to the point where people even know what good looks like. I think that, once again, a lot of AAA games these days are getting defeated in detail, right? Like, it's all of the little things that add together to an experience that that isn't good, rather than it being just like one big issue. And I guess a lot of people, when they're analyzing games and why they're not doing well, they want to focus on, it's because of this thing, and this big issue, it's because of that big issue. But I really think that gameplay comes down to getting 1,000 small details right. And if you do that, then the experience will be good. And it's honestly, like, I think even we underestimated what it would take to ship Path of Exile 2, because, like, just getting all those details right and like getting all those things, like, it was very easy to be overconfident, especially at first when we were marketing the game. Because making a fresh game means getting all those details right again. And, getting all the, like, we were really overconfident about itemization. Like, it took a lot of iteration to get to the point where that was working. Like, we thought, we'll just take PoE 1, make a few changes, and then we're good. No, like, it required, like, a huge amount of extra work, like, all of those things. And, like, you get one thing wrong, and immediately someone will have a bad experience, and they'll say that your game is bad. So it really is all those details that are required to get it done. So, yeah, I honestly couldn't point to one thing. It's just, like, 1,000 things, but correct. And...
if it was only one thing, man.
knowing what those are.
Yeah, I remember the old philosophy. I think it was Bungie who said it, like the 3 seconds of fun or something like that.
Sure.
Is that still one of the main things that you
Well, I mean, sure, it's absolutely relevant, right? Like, you need to make sure that at every moment you are enjoying the experience that you're having. And, and as I said, any one thing can destroy that. So you need to be very careful. I mean, in some ways, you could say that game development is more about not getting things wrong than it is about getting things right. Like, if you can polish absolutely every little problem that a player might have out of an experience, you can give them a good time, even though, like obviously you need innovation as well, but, like, it really is important just to not get any of that stuff wrong.
What makes you so confident that Path of Exile 2 has all those right things?
I guess we've done a lot of testing recently, and it was something that took us a while to get to and do all that stuff. But effectively, we've beta tested a lot. We've done a lot of these events like that. We've got a lot of feedback. It's helped a lot to get a lot more confidence. And I guess one of the things that also was a bit concerning when we first were doing all that testing is that we were finding that Path of Exile 1 players were not liking the game as much as new players were. So by having, by iterating more, by making it so those numbers became similar, it makes me actually a lot more confident, because I know that someone who knows Path of Exile, who knows how all the mechanics should work, is liking the game. And I also know that a new player who takes it on face value is who also doesn't have any experience with, who doesn't appreciate the game on the level of just like knowing about all the stats and everything, can also enjoy the game as well. And that makes me feel we've got both the kind of immediate, the few seconds of playing is just enjoyable, sort of going well, and we've also got the kind of longer term, I'm caring about stats and how to build my character stuff right as well. And if we can get both of those things right, then I think we'll have a good game in our hands.
Yeah, I mean, I already told you during Summer Games Fest that I was really enjoying it, so best of luck as we go towards December. I'm very excited.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Path 2 is coming out. What are some of the pitfalls that you want to avoid with Path of Exile 2? And at the same time, what were some of your must-haves when developing a sequel to an already hit game?
Yeah, so I mean, the tricky part is that when you make a game, a sequel to a very popular game that has a very hardcore community, every single thing you change about it is like a potential point of friction for a community that's going to be like can be incredibly. I mean, look, they've got a lot of opinions, right? And so the pitfall that I worry about is, like on day one, you get a bunch of even though. Like new players may play it and enjoy it. You might have a situation where like PoE 1 players are kind of like, I don't like this, it doesn't fit to whatever I want. And so that is a really big problem. And we were actually very concerned about this because when we first did our user testing closed betas, we actually found that Path of Exile 1 players rated the game worse than what Path of Exile 2 players, what new players did. And that was a huge concern, right? Because it's like, well, we can't really launch like this. This would be a big issue. And so it took us a while to kind of get the game to a point where both PoE 1 and new players both liked it. But yeah, we started from a point where new players liked it more than old players. And in fact, it was very interesting because Path of Exile 1 players actually rated the difficulty of the game harder than what new players did. New players rated the game as, it's actually not that difficult. And PoE 1 players were like, man, this game is so impossible. And it's just because they're trying to apply all the knowledge that they had from playing a game for 10 years to a game that has different mechanics and different stuff going on. So as I said, I think that's the biggest pitfall and the biggest potential source of strife that we might get at launch is just, a bunch of PoE 1 players having issues. But as I said, I think we've managed to solve those problems. There was just a lot of things around itemization and like the way the tree was, and just a lot of things like that we had to.
It does make absolute sense. I also see this like every day in my chat, when we talk about, there's like new information or I was looking through the builds and the ascendancies, right? And then people come here with their PoE 1 knowledge and they think a certain thing is going to be great. And I'm like, yeah, I don't think so, because they just think that everything is going to be the same as in PoE 1. And this is like obviously not the fault of the players, right? It's just like what they have come to learn, and over the years they played certain things, they expect certain things. Path of Exile, like on the surface, all of things look the same, but they are actually not if you look at the details. And there's like so many things that are like nerfed, removed, changed, whatever in some ways, but it's like in the details. So if you just look at an item, it kind of looks like a PoE 1 item, but then if you look closer, you will understand that there are actually some tweaks, and these things kind of they accumulate, right? And a lot of little things that have changed, where you just think, I'm just gonna take Blood Mage and I'm gonna make a crit caster and I'm gonna have 100% crit chance and 700% crit damage, no problem, Like people think that is gonna happen, and it will not, right? So this is like one of those examples, I guess. And I think this is exactly what we see here as well, where people just go in, they're like, yeah, I'm gonna blast through the campaign in 4 hours, no problem, right? But of course you can't, because it's a different game. So it's kind of funny. It's gonna be fun
to deal with.
How is XP in 2-man? I suppose there's like some kind of like range or something, and but otherwise I have no idea.
And so in terms of the stuff that I think that was just really important to get going from the start, this endgame stuff, I think that was something that we realized relatively late.
I'm surprised the M said on podcast he won't be playing Season 7. No, I'm not in the least surprised about that.
That we really have to make sure that, like, if we don't have a good end game going into early access, then Path of Exile 1 players are just going to say, hey, this is just a worse game. Like, we need that stuff to be able to actually make a PoE 1 player feel like, oh yeah, you know what, this is a true sequel to PoE 1, because for a lot of players in PoE 1, the campaign is not even a thing for them anymore. They complete it in hours because they've done it so many times. Like for them, it's like just a tiny blip in the progress of a character, right? Because like they spend 99% of their time in endgame. So if we didn't have that, then I think it would have been a disaster. Thankfully, now that we've addressed that concern, we've got stuff, we believe we have enough of an endgame to make those people happy. I think that pitfall will thankfully be avoided. But as I said, it was only a thing that we realized relatively recently.
What was the hardest thing to get with couch co-op? Because that's not something a lot of games do these days.
For sure. So, I mean, there's a few things. One of them is that, and this is probably the most obvious one to people, is that having to just build the UI again. We have to make 3 versions of the UI now. We've got the PC version, we've got the console version, then we've got the couch co-op version. But it ended up being really important because we found that it really just sucks to have to wait for the other player to do things. Like
There's
when we
spear
first
weapons,
did it,
yeah, but they're not in the game yet.
You could open a full screen menu and the other person just had to wait, basically.
Hunters
So
without
then we
spears.
were like, okay, well, this isn't really good enough. Let's add at least inventory. We'll make it so that part will work. And then as soon as we had that, we're like, oh, but people want to be able to allocate passives separately. People want to be able to do this and that. And pretty soon we were rebuilding every single UI screen. And we haven't even finished that yet. Like right now, if you've got 2 players, you can't both shop at the same time. But we're still getting complaints about that. So now we're like, okay, now we have to remake the shop interface as well in couch co-op. And we're pretty much ending up, as I said, rebuilding everything 3 times now. So that's certainly certainly something. But I think it is worth it because people are so excited for couch co-op. Like even just around the office. Like once our developers knew we were making couch co-op, everyone was like, oh man, I really want to play this with my partner. Like it was just a really exciting thing. People have responded really well to it. Like, ever since the announcement, people have just been really buzzing about it. So I think it's worth it.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's just a feature you don't see a lot these days.
For sure.
So the fact that it's being included, it kind of like just reminds you that you're putting a lot of care into Path 2. Path 2 is going to have PvP, right?
It will, but it's not really the focus, to be honest. So every time we've ever tried to make PvP like a big focus thing, people have kind of found like they enjoyed PvE better. So like we'll have PvP still in, but
that's
more of a kind of
basis.
fun thing you might want to do with your friends rather than something serious competitive thing. Like we're not an esport. That is not our intention. So that's kind of.
Do you have any concerns about balancing going in?
For PvP?
For PvE?
Oh, for PvE?
Yeah.
Absolutely, right. I mean, Path of Exile is an atrocious game to balance. It's especially hard now because the amount of cross-class synergy that can happen, because we're doing a lot more of this sort of combo-type gameplay, and when we do that, we try to keyword things so that they would work across classes. So, for example, you've got something like a power charge, which is something that you can use to improve your abilities. And we try to have power charge mechanics on quite a lot of different classes. And what that means is that we've got to be very careful about what skills, because you can use skills from other classes. You've got to be very careful about how those things can happen, because like when you're balancing something, when you're looking at it, you may just be only thinking, okay, what can this do with the skills that I've got in this class? But given that you can use things from any class, we also have to be worried about all this other stuff, and it can kind of the explosion of different possibilities kind of gets out of control. And I know already that there's just like ultra broken stuff that you could do. Like if you use that bell with the Sork using Spark, it is broken as hell. Like you can just chew through any boss right now. So we need to do something about that. But that kind of thing is certainly tough to deal with. But we kind of like that stuff because that's what makes it interesting in the long term, right?
What's your philosophy?
Stormweaver enjoys. Listen.
I've heard it referred to as like nails on a board. You see one pop up a little too high. Do you just let it linger for a while before you tap it down where it needs to be?
So generally speaking, we don't do nerfs within a league. Like whatever the balance is when a season starts, we want to keep that so that people don't feel like they invest time into their character and then for the developer to just come along and destroy what they were doing. So I always try to avoid that, but each season it is okay to be able to do some balance stuff. I don't want to just like whenever we're doing stuff like that, I try to find something that isn't what the players expect as for how we're going to change something. Like I don't want to just like nerf the damage value, right? I mean, sure, you can do that, but it's cooler, I think, to kind of come up with something else to kind of subvert something that's going on and sort of make it more interesting. I guess the funny part about that is, and I think the reason why a lot of developers just kind of turn into nerf fests with their patches is because it's way easier to see the thing that's broken and nerf it than it is to see the thing that's underpowered and buff it, because it's just like you don't really, you know, like inherently the things that are not as powerful get less attention because players aren't playing with them, so they're not on your mind. And so yeah, the ability to sort of notice that stuff and buff it is actually quite hard to sort of get into the mindset of doing, but it is what you should be doing.
Yeah, you know, and there's this sort of dance with players where you want them to feel that power fantasy
For sure.
of leveling.
For sure.
But then you also got to keep it fresh, like with each season of
sure.
the game. How do you approach that? Like, are you like, okay, this time we're going to really go all in on druids, and then next season it'll be witch?
It does kind of end up going like that. Like, with each Path of Exile season, we definitely pick a few things to address, but you've always got to make sure that there's a stuff around the whole game. And so ideally, with the way we do game design, whenever we add something new to the system, because everything has so much cross-pollination, it means that it generally will affect the builds of kind of all different classes, like, you know, when we add a league and so on. So that does keep the gameplay fresh. I think more so than most games, we have this kind of like thing where, you know, almost any system can interact with another system, and that is what leads to the complexity that like Path of Exile is kind of a bit notorious for. But it does mean that you know, it does keep the game fresh every time people keep coming back. So ideally, we can kind of tame the complexity while still keeping that element. But it is pretty challenging.
What's something that you're really proud of with Necropolis, and something that you feel like you could have been better? The feedback has been somewhat mixed. For
so it isn't really my thing. Like, I'm not working on Path of Exile 1, so I'm kind of aware of it just from being in the studio. But probably the main issue that we had with Necropolis, I think, was that we had a lot of like brokenness in the economy specifically. Like, there were things that certain players were able to do to get like ridiculous amounts of wealth really easily, and that kind of broke the economy a little bit in that league more so than others. The funny thing about it was that at the start, people thought that we'd nerfed everything into the ground to the point there would be no like, oh, you've nerfed all these things, there's no way to get like good items anymore. And then pretty soon we started getting all of these different economic exploits popping up that led to some pretty crazy stuff. And I think that led to some sort of issues. I mean, that's kind of the main one from my perspective, because it's kind of what we've been dealing with as a studio. There were just a lot of these kinds of exploits early on in the league, more so than usual. And so that's been kind of a bit annoying. And so yeah, it is really hard, and I think one of the things we sort of learned about that is that we really need to be doing more extreme testing. So like with each mechanic, really thinking like, okay, what is the most broken possible thing you could do with this, and really concentrating on that, because otherwise it can lead to these kinds of problems. And I think our QA just kind of weren't really thinking about it in that way as much. Like, they tended to look at things and be like, okay, does this feel balanced in the context of like the other stuff you're using it with, without really thinking as much about like what is the worst possible case for this and really zeroing in on that. So yeah, we had a lot of issues around that, and I think that's part of what sort of happened with Necropolis.
With Path 2, what's like your favorite quality of life thing that you're introducing with, like you've announced couch co-op, cross progression is huge in my mind. But what's something that you're really happy with? To
me, the best QOL stuff is just the way the new skill gem system works. It's just so much easier. And also now, I mean, this is just what we're doing at the moment, but like now that we've got the support gem system working how it is, it's just so much easier to deal with, and like, you know, it makes it way more obvious. We've got, I don't know if the build that you've got has all of the stuff here, but like seeing the changes that happen to your character as you add each thing, like that stuff is really nice. It just makes building so much easier. So I mean, you know, there's like a million things I could say.
I'll be here
like,
later, Jordan, for the key. I'm gonna give it away in 40 minutes.
Skills and supports and how much easier that makes the game.
Story-wise, for Path 2, have you put more focus into it, knowing that like you're going to have more people playing together?
For sure. I don't know if you noticed the changes that were even made in the build. You probably didn't play quite far enough to really understand that, but we're doing a lot more with that stuff. I think we're doing a lot better job than PoE 1 did, and I do hope that by the time people get through Path of Exile 2, they will at least know what the story was, which was not the case for a lot of Path of Exile 1 players. Yeah, we can definitely do better there. But there's also even other things, like we've changed the dialogue system quite a bit from how it was in PoE 1. There's still more changes coming even for that. It is something that I want people to be able to consider good in the game, which I think that PoE 1, I think, had pretty good sort of environmental stuff going on, but I wouldn't say that like the overall narrative was like a lot of people skipped it. They weren't really interested, and I think that we can definitely do better there.
What's the great?
The key that I have is not for PS5. You have to buy it like from, you know, from the console store or something. Like the early access keys that I can buy here, at least that I bought, are only for PC. I bought it from the official website. I'm not sure if you can buy console keys there, but I didn't.
Greatest lesson you learned from playing other people's games?
I I guess it's very different depending on the type of game, but I guess one of the things that I mostly focus on is the fact that, like, whenever new games come out, you really need to be cognizant of the new minimum bar that they're setting. Like, even if you're not necessarily going to, you don't want to copy what they're doing necessarily, but I think you've got to look at it as, like, what is the thing that, you know, what new standard has this game set? You know, we now have to meet this, you know? So, like, for something like, so we've got a dodge roll, obviously, and an animation cancelling. That is not a thing that you could get away without, I think, launching an action RPG today. I think it just wouldn't work. It is set, there is a minimum standard there for that kind of level of controllability. You need to meet it. And the same is true of many other systems, like trade and, you know, the way item system work and a bunch of other things like that. Like, you have to make sure you're learning that from other games. So, yeah, it's just about making sure you're meeting that new minimum, because the minimum is raising all the time, right? With every game that comes out, there's something new that players will expect, and they're right to do so, right?
Just more generally, what's your favorite game of all time and why?
Oh, geez. I mean, that's always a hard one. I mean, if I really had to, if you're putting me on the spot, the first thing that comes to mind is Half-Life. Because, like, you know, I mean, it's the stuff you play when you're a kid, right? That it's like, this is the greatest game ever, you know? I mean, like, it was when I was a kid, it was, you know, my favorite games were Final Fantasy VII and Half-Life and StarCraft, right? Like, these are my, these are like the three sort of pillars of my youth of gaming, right? And so it's very hard to look past that when, you know, nothing else compares to that first experience you have with those kinds of things. Yeah, Half-Life might be one of the more, probably slightly up there above the other ones. You might expect me to say Diablo, which obviously was a big deal, but you know, like, honestly, when I was a kid, it was those other ones.
Yeah, when I was a kid, and I know we're wrapping up here, but I got the Brood War chest, and that was like my first experience with PC gaming. It was great.
Nice.
Okay, just real quick on this last interview. This was one of the earliest interviews I did, and my microphone was not working during it, so I did audio pickups, which may sound a little bit disjointed, but I'm basically repeating what I asked at the time. Here you go. What's the most important thing for an ARPG to get right?
I don't know that I can answer just one thing, because really I'd say there's 5 major things. So the number one to me is action combat, right? Like, you can't have like an MMO style combat. It needs to be action focused. Another one is random item generation. The random items are super important. You need to get that right. Very few games actually do. The next one is random levels. Ultra important, because if you want a game to last for a long period of time, you have to have level randomization. Once again, something that a lot of modern games aren't really doing these days. Another one is secure online economy. So effectively, you have to have a secure item system. If you don't have the ability to trade items between players, then people just won't value them the same way as if they find them themselves. And then the last one, what is my 5th pillar? What have I forgotten here? Oh yeah, that's right.
If you get Discord messages about giveaways, then this is a scam. I'm not doing anything on Discord.
Character customization. You have to have the ability to have a large amount of character customization, so that if you're playing the game over and over again, you're going to have a lot of different ways to play. It's going to be a different experience every time. So to me, those are the 5. That's how you make an action RPG right there. We've said this at GDC talks before, and yet still action RPGs come out and they don't have one of those. And I'm kind of like, we're giving you the secret sauce, guys. Like, that's how you do it. So yeah, to me, that's an action RPG right there.
Is it inspiring to see so many successful ARPGs on the market right now?
I think it is good, because a rising tide lifts all boats, and especially with the kind of seasonal model that action RPGs do best with, there's room for people to play more than one action RPG at a time. But the big thing to me that I found is that when new games come out like that, they kind of set a new minimum standard, and we have to make sure we're meeting that standard. Like, if they have features that players now expect, that means that we have to make sure we're adapting to what that new minimum is. So that makes it challenging, right? Like, there are things we could have gotten away with before Last Epoch comes out, and then Last Epoch comes out, they have a few things going on that have once again raised a minimum standard. We now have to meet that standard as well. We have to care about that. So that kind of thing, it matters a lot, and as I said, we have to pay attention.
Can you give me an example of something someone...
Kind of interesting that it mentions Last Epoch there, right? Like, what did Last Epoch bring on launch that no one else had? I guess it was the factions and this kind of stuff, which was actually like a relatively cool system to include. Epoch, Giga Chat. Yeah, I guess the trade system was pretty good, to be fair. I haven't played trade in Last Epoch, actually. I only played like Circle of Fortune myself, because I was always just like, racing for world first and stuff, so what I'm gonna do with trade. But I guess it does make sense. This was one of the cool features that I've introduced there, and was like right on launch. The crafting. Yeah, the thing is, Last Epoch is kind of weird though, because it was like, you know, most of Last Epoch's history is just the early access, right? It's just like, you know, half a decade of early access, and they kind of like slowly build it to, you know, towards where it was. And I felt like the actual launch wasn't even like, it was really massive as like a, you know, like the popularity wave that came with it, right? But it wasn't actually just like an you know, suddenly fresh game if you had played it before, right? I felt like 1.0 patch wasn't even that crazy when you think about it. But it definitely, like, you know, like, just like calling it the launch, right? That was like the big deal. And then everyone's eyes were on them, and it did, like, you know, campaigns and, you know, sponsorships and stuff, and everyone was playing it, and that worked out really well. But it's kind of interesting to see. So it's kind of hard to say with like these early access games, like, where do you draw the line exactly? Okay, you know, they just like arbitrarily at some point say, hey guys, early access is over, now we launch, right? But, you know, for PoE, it kind of feels like the early access launch is where the game will be judged for the most part, right? Now people will decide if the game is good or bad. And in Last Epoch, that didn't happen, right? In Last Epoch, people decided at 1.0 if it's going to be good or bad. And, okay, I mean, there will be like a second wave for PoE later down the line once it goes free to play. But I think like most of the judging will happen now. Yeah. But I guess we'll see. Yeah, LE crafting is pretty good, I agree with that. And it has been iterated on over the years as well. Like, I remember, like, you know, 3-4 years ago or something, the first time I played Last Epoch, crafting worked quite different. They had, like, you know, this chance to, like, actually, like, fracture the item or something, and it was, like, basically then, you know, they didn't have this forcing potential system. It worked in, like, in very different ways. And now it has become a lot better over time. New NVIDIA driver for PoE. Log in, man. Okay. LE feels outdated with graphics and combat. Yeah, that's kind of like the worst part about it, I feel. Like, LE came out as a fresh game, so to say, right? But it already feels like a game from like a decade ago. You know? It's like, ugh. And I wonder how they're gonna fix that. I don't think they can, really. Maybe what they should do is they should also just make their own sequel relatively soon, maybe. And actually, like, you know, take the funds they have now, you know, take most of the systems, carry it forward, and make a new engine or something like that. And then, you know, expand stuff a little bit. And maybe they could come out of something in, like, you know, 2 or 3 years or something, like an Last Epoch 2 or something. Instead of, like, trying to develop, like, a seasonal model, Last Epoch 1, maybe those would be better. I don't know. None of that is true. It looks fine. Yeah, it's fine, but not more than that. And a lot of people don't accept fine, I think. Graphics matter. Actually, like, even Jonathan talked about it, right? And look at Last Epoch and compare it to D4, compared to the PoE, you know? Like, this is day and night. So... yeah, and the comment itself, I mean, the builds are cool. You know, Last Epoch does builds really well, it does crafting really well, it does the progression pretty well, I think. But, you know, the gameplay itself is actually nothing really crazy, I think. They added, like, the dodge roll and stuff, which is kind of interesting, and they have done a pretty good job with, for example, Abaroth. I really enjoyed, like, you know, this whole, like, progression towards Abaroth and then trying to take down the boss and stuff like that. That was kind of nice. But outside of that, you know, the most of the gameplay is just not really that exciting. Just gotta, like, you run through the echoes, sometimes it's done in, like, 20 seconds. You know, kill, like, one guy. You don't really, like, I don't know, don't really have that much going on. Like, the animations look janky, especially monster animations. Yeah.
Else is doing that you really like?
Right. So a really good example of this is the trade stuff they have in Last Epoch, where that isn't to say that we want to copy what they're doing with trade, but the key thing is that there was clearly a community demand to make trade easier than what it is in PoE 1. And when there isn't another game that's meeting that demand, we can honestly get away with a worse experience. But when there is, it's like, well, we have to do something about this, right? We have to make sure that we have a trade system that's going to, you know, allow that to, you know, to meet the new minimum standard. Otherwise, people are just going to be complaining about it, and they're right.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why competition is important. You know, because of what he just said, we can get away with it as long as there's no one else doing something better than us, right? And it's true. But now they can't.
Right? Because once other games in the genre have lifted the standard, you know, that's on us to improve.
When watching streams, do you ever see things you want to address or fix?
Absolutely. I mean,
Wait, what did you say?
Do you ever see
have lifted the standard? You know, that's on us to improve.
When watching streams, do you ever see things you want to address or fix?
Absolutely. I mean, the only way that we're going to improve is doing that stuff. And it's honestly just watching the people who are playing here, the number of issues they ran into it and being like, oh, God damn it. You know, like we really should have done something about that. It's, you know, it's painful, but you have to do it. Like the user testing, seeing what people actually do is super important.
Does Path of Exile 2 feel vastly different from Path of Exile?
Well, I would definitely say so. To me, just the way combat feels is just vastly different than before. And like that's kind of what I guess, I just really want that nobody, like, if you go to forums about like when we release a new Path of Exile 1 expansion, one of the top comments outside of our community is always, oh, you know, I tried that game, but I just thought it felt really bad or really old or something like that. I just want to make sure that no one ever again says that our combat isn't best in class. Like I want to make sure that we don't have that criticism anymore. I just don't want to see it again. And so, you know, that's why I'm really motivated to make sure that we're fixing those problems. And I think we can still even do more than what we've even done now.
Can you tell us more about why you delayed the beta?
Yeah, so ultimately, it just comes down to the fact that we didn't appreciate the degree to which really nailing, like the amount of polish you need to do on something to really make it perfect. We're still going to get all the content that we said we were going to, like the content we said we were going to have, like that will be ready. There'll be a whole game there. It's just that like the level of polish. So when we actually went and we're like, okay, we're preparing for this demo here, and we're going to get Act 1 and 2 flawless. We're going to get it perfect. The amount of work that took to get it to the point where even we still have bugs now, but I mean, you know, to get to the point where we were like, yeah, we've got something here, just took longer than we expected. Like the level of polish that we, I guess, demand of ourselves at this point is just higher than it is in PoE1. Like a PoE1 boss does not.
Thank you, the bread.
I guess does not need this level of attention. It's kind of shocking, honestly, how much more work it is to get a boss from feeling like, okay, it's got all its skills, to getting to the point where it's like, okay, now it's actually really solid and fun to play. And like, it's just like so many subtle details of AI, how AI works and so on, and all this sort of stuff. And then the other side of that is player skills, where once again, getting them to actually feel really, really good is just a longer experience than we thought. And then in addition to that, we have what I was talking about before, which is that when we go and change player skills, sometimes the result of that is like we have to go through every monster and boss again and change the AI and abilities and all that sort of stuff now to take into account for that. So when we added active block, it's like, well, suddenly you need to have a way to know that a skill is going to be not active blockable. So that means we have to think, okay, we have to make, not only do we have to rethink like every skill of like, okay, does this fight have enough abilities that you know, that a person who's active blocking is able to worry about? Like, is the mix of that correct for this character class? You know, do we have the indicators that we need? Do we have the wind-ups? And all that stuff suddenly comes in. So it's like you change a core feature like that on the player class and all the content needs to change again. And yeah, that once again, that sort of rippled out a huge amount. So I'm hoping there's not going to be too much more of that. I'm hoping we've got to the point now where it's like, you know, we don't suddenly need to feel like we need to change the entire game again just for another character ability. But on the other hand, we just showed you a mount. And I don't know if we've fully explored the results of that one either yet, so we'll see.
I'm sure it'll break some.
Yes, probably.
What do people buy most in the store?
So armor sets are big, you know, like something just to look cool that way. But recently we've been trying a lot more. I mean, stash tabs is a thing.
I made a video on the mercenary, but I'm planning to start.
Is you know, a reasonable amount. But then the other one, recently we've been doing a lot more things that involve, like, they trigger off gameplay, but they don't actually change the gameplay in any way. So what's a random example of that? Just a random thing like, okay, when you do a critical strike, you get like this extra effect. When you kill a rare, you get like a big hand that comes down from the from the heavens and slams down and this kind of stuff. Like it's stuff that kind of like interacts with gameplay. And I think that for a long time, our microtransactions were entirely visual and they didn't really have those interesting kind of interaction with the gameplay, which was a mistake. And the big change we made was we started getting our game designers to make the microtransactions rather than having a separate team to make microtransactions. We're like, no, the microtransactions actually need game designers to work on them. And that made them significantly better. So that kind of stuff has helped a lot. And so that sort of broadened quite a bit the horizons of what is interesting. So anything that's kind of cool that just happens during gameplay, I think that players really like that kind of stuff.
What's your philosophy on microtransactions? Have you seen them handled poorly?
I mean, the main thing really, as you said, is the pay-to-win stuff. And like it may seem obvious, but the ultimate downside of anything that you sell is that you are incentivized as a developer to not make that thing good for free, if you know what I mean. And so you could argue that by selling cosmetics, that we're not incentivized to make our non-cosmetic items look as cool. But I mean, I think that's we do try anyway, of course, but at the same time, like that's a thing that you have to worry about. And I think a lot of games, they may go into things where the philosophy is, oh, we can sell this thing and it's not going to be a problem. But then there's this just sort of subtle effect that it has on all your game design where it just infects things and kind of just like influences how the game is to play. So the moment that monetization touches it, it's kind of like it gets a bit corrupted by it. So that's really it. I don't know if I have any like exact specifics on a specific game to really call out and shame here, but that's kind of the main thing. So like even when you look at because I guess I'm like this, I'll just talk about PoE and the fact that we sell stash tabs. So the original reason why we were like, that's fine, is because if we didn't sell stash tabs, what people would do is create more free accounts, because you can just create as many accounts as you want in a free-to-play game. You could just effectively create more accounts and have more stash anyway in a more inconvenient manner. So then we're like, okay, well, like people are going to do this anyway, so therefore the selling of that isn't going to be an issue. And it isn't for the most part an issue, I think. But at the same time, you'll see a game designer and they'll say something like, oh, like it's fine if this thing doesn't stack too bad. It'll just, they'll just put it in the stash and that'll sell more stash tabs. And I'm like, no, we need to really, like, even just that is immediately making a thing, like someone is saying this because of the business model. They should never be doing that. Like we want to keep the game designers away from that thinking as much as possible. And so anytime I see that, I'm kind of like, no, we really have to not fall down into that hole. But even just for something as simple as what we do have, that's already like, I've heard people say something like that, and I'm like, no, we can't do this. We have to make sure that we're not. So yeah, as I said, it's a very easy hole to fall into, and we try as much as possible never to fall into that. And the best way we can do that is by not introducing any pay-to-win elements as much as we can.
Why has Path of Exile stood the test of time? It's more popular than ever right now.
We've been pretty much consistently increasing in player base since we did our league model, the sort of 3-month cycle and so on. But I think ultimately the important reason is because we do those 5 things, and very few games do. I can name on very few titles that actually do all of that right, and then actually follow up by having the seasonal releases. Other games that don't, like for example, so Last Epoch doesn't have random areas, at least not like in the way that Path of Exile does. And I think that if they don't do something about that, that could be something that is going to hurt them, because I think that kind of thing will be to their detriment in the long run. And like once again, it's just one of those things that like when we were looking at, like these pillars actually go right back to the very founding of our studio. Like when we founded our studio, we're like, these are the 5 things you need to have a long-lasting game. And if you look at Diablo 2, which also had all of these things, Diablo 2, which of course we were very highly influenced by when we started our studio, is also one of the longest lasting games. Like that game was being sold in stores. Obviously this is back when people actually went into stores and bought games. This was still being sold in stores like 10 years after it came out. There is like no other game I can think of that has that kind of long-term run in retail. It's absolutely crazy. So it really shows you that those 5 pillars really do get you a long-lasting game.
How much Path of Exile versus Path of Exile 2 have you been playing?
So at this point, I have to admit, I don't play much Path of Exile 1. I actually find it very hard to go back to, because the combat is just so much worse than PoE 2 from my experience that like I just can't really do it anymore. But PoE 2 I play every night. You have to, right? Like every night I spend my evening.
You have to, guys. Listen to Jonathan. Talk to PoE 1. It's kind of funny. It makes sense, right? He's developing the game and he's been working on that, and I guess we're probably kind of like similar in that sense, because I also don't want to play PoE 1 that much anymore, largely because of the combat and stuff. And it's just like, yeah, it does feel outdated at this point, right? The combat, it's just like not exciting. Like everything else around is pretty cool, but yeah, it does matter, like to him, to me. But yeah, it's kind of funny. How is this again?
PoE 2 from my experience that like I just can't really do it anymore. But PoE 2 I play every night. You have to, right? Like every night I spend my evening playing the game. My son, thankfully, really enjoys watching me do it. It's just because like I need to see the kind of changes, and because every time you play a boss, every time you play the thing, you just learn a little bit more and a little bit more, and you just have to keep on iterating on it. So yeah, I pretty much have to play constantly. But I mean, I enjoy it, right? Like it is fun to do, and it's especially great seeing all of the art and everything that gets added, and like all the new things that come in. Like it's actually great. And like, every time I see a new thing, I'm like, oh yeah, that's so cool. Like those little elements. So that's really fun. But I have to admit, I don't play PoE 1 anymore, and the person who does is Mark, and he is therefore much more involved in Path of Exile 1. But at this point, as I said, it's hard to go back to.
What's a non-ARPG that you've played and really liked?
Giveaway is in 20 minutes.
Okay, what was the most recent thing? Oh, so the most recent one I was playing was Prince of Persia, that new Prince of Persia game that came out. Can't remember the subtitle of it. The Lost Crown, yeah. So that one's pretty interesting to me. I think that there's a lot of really interesting combat design in that game, and I was paying attention to it quite a lot. Even though, as I said, totally different genre, but I think that there's a lot to learn from these kinds of action games and looking at some of the sequences and some of the ways things combine and so on. That game's obviously got a lot of like aerial type hitting stuff, which is not applicable to us at all, but it's very interesting to look at something like that. And also when you look at the bosses in a game like that, it's there's just sort of interesting inspiration you can take. So that's probably the most recent one that I played that I was really kind of like, thought was really good. But it is honestly hard to find AAA games these days that have the kind of good qualities that I'm looking for in a game. So that was a nice one.
A huge thank you to
Nini has 2 keys to donate. Shit. Okay. Yeah, if anyone else wants like if I have leftover keys and you want to give them away, I can do that. Like I was just doing my own keys. I was just buying keys basically and giving them away. But if anyone has any, sure, let me know.
Jonathan Rogers and everybody at Grinding Gear Games for letting us play the game, letting me get a chance to sit down with Jonathan to talk a little bit about Grinding Gear Games.
I have to do this, I think, guys. I don't know what's going on here. But
if you want to play Path of Exile, you can get access on December 6th if you are a supporter. If you spent over, I believe it was $480 in the original Path of Exile, you get instant access. And if you pay $30, you can just get into early access. Otherwise, when the game fully launches, it's completely free. So check it out. Let me know what you think. Thanks for watching, everybody. For more on Path of Exile, check out my most recent preview about the Mercenary, or the one about the Witch, or the one about the Ranger. And for more on all things gaming, keep it right here at IGN.
I think it was actually a very good interview here. So it wasn't like they like really like PoE related all that much, because they talked a lot about like general questions and stuff like that. But it was very interesting to kind of see some more of the directions that they're headed to, and like the philosophy and stuff like that, right? So that was nice. Change, yeah. Jonathan. And it was hello. What's up?
I have 2 keys.
2 keys.
Yeah.
Okay, Nini wants to give 2 keys.
Yeah.
How do you want to give them?
I'm gonna take them.
Well, I can also pull more winners if you like. When you
Do what?
I can pull more winners if you like.
Yeah.
And then you just give me the keys?
I gave you the keys, they're in Discord.
Okay. Alright, so should I do 2 now and then 2 later, I guess?
I want you to do 2 after yours.
Okay, so I have 2 giveaways later.
Yeah.
I have 1 now and 1 in 3 hours.
Okay.
So I can do 1 and 1 if you want. So we spread it out.
Well, if it's in 3 hours, you can make it 2 hours. And then 4.
So 1 every hour.
Yeah.
I can do that too, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, 1 key every hour, guys.
Yay!
Guys, don't
At
do
this point, is there anyone that doesn't have key? I'm very surprised.
There's many people that don't have keys. Yes.
Be patient and grab one.
Keys come with Osobuko.
What?
Keys come with Osobuko.
Are you hungry, by the way?
No.
Okay.
Unless we have something chocolatey.
Give me a break, please.
No.
No.
1,400 keys. Let's go.
You were out all morning. Why didn't you buy chocolate or something?
Yeah. I was going to the pharmacy and stuff.
There are other shops in the area.
Super lucky, mod check.
You want me to order you a chocolate cake or something?
Order a chocolate cake.
Yeah. Okay.
That's very decadent.
You can eat it here in front of everyone.
Yeah.
Make everyone jealous.
Okay.
We can have a bet if you can eat it all.
An entire cake?
Mm-hmm.
I can do that.
Mm. Yeah, but what do I lose?
The cake.
I lose it anyway. I'm not gonna eat it.
Oh man. Some might actually be bots if you're giving a key later. Yeah, it's not unlikely. I guess if it's like a obvious bot name, then I might reroll it or something.
By the way, your impersonator spoke German.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, he's trying very hard.
Yeah.
Jawohl. Yeah, so on Discord, like for the last 1.5 months or so, there is like some asshole who's trying to scam people with my name. Don't get scammed on Discord, guys. But he speaks German even. Holy shit. Kann ich spare? Trade offer, I receive cake, you receive key. You know how I can use the Maxroll plan to plan some things on PTR? I'm not sure if you have the full PTR plan already. It might not be, because I guess Riff is working on PoE for now. So I guess the PTR stuff will default a bit later. I only have so many devs, guys. How does the key giveaway work? Okay, I will set it up in a moment. You have to type a command after I have set it up. But yeah, anyway, to finish this talk about the interview. Very interesting. And I really like that he's also mentioning some of the other games. I think he was talking about Half-Life, man. That's a throwback, man. It was like one of the first games that I ever came to cherish. It's interesting because he said, like, when he was a kid. But how old is he actually? He doesn't seem very young. Can you find that out somewhere? "29. He's 38? What? Stress going out? Like, he has a great hair and stuff. Really?
Like, when we added
There's no way he's 38.
league and so on.
Wow. 48? I think he's older than that. I'm 32, yes. What does that mean, Nini? Do we know his age? How old is Chris? I have no idea how old is Chris. But Chris, it seems younger to me at least. 40s? Yeah, I would say maybe some in his 40s. He has a gray hair, which is a kind of like... Okay, apparently there's a thing some people can have. Get like early gray hair. But also it's kind of like expected him to just be older. I don't know. He stopped counting at 48. Dude, I love this emote. Jonathan. Jonathaning. GG was founded in 2006. So 2006 they must have at least all been like adults and like, a bit beyond that, I guess. So somewhere in their 20s minimum, I guess. Jonathan is younger than Chris. Damn. Jonathan was 20 when he founded GG. Wow. Wild. I liked how Jonathan said that monetization corrupts each game in a sense that it incentivizes developers to lower the quality of unpaid content to get people to buy skins. I don't think it's necessarily even the developers. Like developers, if it like okay, developers as the studio or developers as the person, right? Like I think the people that actually code the game or whatever, like they just have like a job, right? And they don't really go by this kind of standard, I guess. But yeah, if you talk about the studio, yeah, you would say that okay, yeah, why we should make so much good free stuff when it just lowers our sales? We can just make good stuff and then sell it to people, right? So yeah, that can definitely be a problem. And it's nice that they're actually like focusing on this and like try to make sure that the quality remains high no matter what, basically for everyone, and they don't actually fall into this trap. Because yeah, you can like maybe increase revenue in the short term by you can do this for a little while, right? But then eventually people catch on and they realize what you're doing is shit. Oops. Developers. What is that? Just shows how being a game dev you go old. Oof. Chris will be back for PoE 1. I'm not sure what Chris is doing exactly. I think most of the PoE 1 announcements lately have also been Mark mostly, right? He's like more involved in PoE 1. And Jonathan's like more involved in PoE 2. And Chris, I'm not sure what he's doing exactly at this point. Best part was the secret source leaking. Yeah, I mean, there was like this talk from Chris Wilson, like, I don't know, like 8 years ago or something. Or 5 years ago or something, right? Where he was giving a talk about how to develop the game, basically. And apparently it's a very good talk. Chris is running the company, yeah. Yeah, okay, so speaking about the giveaway, let's do it. So I'm gonna set it up. So the way this is gonna work, guys, this is one PC early access key. You have to type !ticket space 1 on my Twitch chat. So for the YouTube guys, you have to come to Twitch and type it there once, and I will pull the winner in around 7 minutes. Let's do that. And turns out we have more keys to give away because good guy Nini gives us 2 more. 4 keys actually today. So the next one's gonna be 1 hour after that. So I'm gonna do like 1 every hour basically now.
Change the title.
I just did. Yeah.
You want chocolate cake?
Thank you for the prime, by the way. Who's that? No Darger. Appreciate it. Oh my god, my chat experience is ruined. Okay, guys, it does not work if you type it on YouTube chat. You have to do it here. So. Console players are down bad. Maybe I can look into that, but I'm not really sure how this works with the consoles. So apparently some consoles can already buy the early access keys and some can't. It failed to enter too many tickets. Yeah, this happens when you type it a second time. Like there's not too many, like everyone can do it. You see, it keeps going up, so. You can't do it twice. It's actually wild to think that he's maybe not even 40. I didn't realize. To me, it always seemed like, maybe it's because of gray hair. Maybe I just thought he's older. It's a nice song, actually. Okay, do you have anything else that we can watch here? By the way, if you're not on the Discord yet, or you're on the Discord, you don't see the PoE channels. I have PoE channels here now. Where I'll also be putting, like, you know, stuff. And we have this here. Should I make a hardcore channel, by the way? What do you guys say? Or like a clips, at least, or something? I guess PoE clips might be cool. Not necessarily just hardcore. But there's gonna be, like, you know, bricking items and these kind of things as well, and I think that could be fun. PoE 2 fundamental series, damage scaling. Okay. Yeah, this is actually crazy. Like, this overview actually really makes you think, man. Like, what the fuck? PoE fail and PoE pork channels. I have item showcase, so we have this here, which obviously is empty right now. And this. We'll see about the, like, MTX and hideouts. Maybe we can combine this into, like, this channel anyway. I'm not sure how many people post there, but we'll see. But I think, like, clips could be interesting, you know, when people do, like, hardcore and, like, you know, craft and whatever. Could be fun. Yeah, if you don't see the channels, you have to go up here to the channels and roles. And show all channels. I made them default channels on my Discord, so everyone who joins the server as a new join will automatically have these. But for some reason, Discord has no functionality to add default channels for people that are already on the server. It's completely stupid. And I don't understand why it is that way. But yeah, if I add new channels like I just did here, people don't see them unless they go and specifically add them. Discord sucks, yeah. I wish they would, like, do something about the like, scammers that use my name. That would be cool. But I also sent him, like, a message probably like a month ago at this point, and I have not heard yet. Okay, guys, any predictions? What are gonna be the other ascendancies here? Now that we have this picture, what are we gonna get? Yeah, type exclamation mark ticket space 1. You can only once is fine, guys. You don't have to spam it again. Plague Doctor Mercenary. A Mount Focus Ranger. Interesting. Dude, I really hope they don't make the mount such a big thing. But I guess we'll see how it will be. I don't really like the idea of the mount stuff. Hunters and Rangers sound so similar. Nah, but they could be different, actually. Ranger is, like, very bow focused, and the Hunters are spear and throwing weapons. That mount is only for Huntress. No, everyone has every skill, unless it's, like, part of an ascendancy, you know? Certain ascendancies have certain skills. But the mount is actually a skill that everyone can get, I think. But I think you can only use it with bow, if I'm not mistaken. So this is probably why. Yeah. It's only for bow users, yeah, exactly. I guess we'll see. Ranger will be the class to out DPS every class. Yeah, kinda hard to believe that when the Charula Monk exists, but I guess we'll see. And Charula Monk is also, like, very well positioned on the passive tree to kind of, like, go into any archetype almost. When is D3 back on the menu? I mean, I guess you would expect, like, a new season at some point, but since they haven't announced anything, I guess it won't be before Christmas. Waiting for Paladin for Templar. Yeah, I think it's very likely that Templar will get a Paladin. That's going to be such a slap in the face for Blizzard as well. They're 100% going to do a Paladin, right? On Templar. There's no way they're not going to do a Paladin. Zealot and Paladin. Mercenary Bounty Hunter. Yeah, hard to say what they're gonna do with Mercenary, honestly. You have the Witch Hunter, they have the Gemling. And I mean, both of them are like extremely generic. Maybe they're gonna do like a third one that is like, you know, much more like, you know, crossbow focus or something. Or maybe something completely different, right? We'll see, I guess. Maybe even something like melee. Because both of them actually have crossbows in their art as well. Even though they're basically just like very generic ascendancies that can do anything, right? There's like nothing really specific to like projectiles or crossbows or something like that on any of these. So I wonder if they're gonna do one more specialized one or more something completely different. Artificer, and you put down a bunch of turrets. Yeah, this could be interesting actually. Like something like with like devices and, you know, throw a grenade or, you know, something like that. Next, the Monk Ascendancy might be all in on unarmed combat, like Facebreaker. I think they did talk about Facebreaker actually becoming an item again and kind of like enabling unarmed builds. But it could be that they still make an Ascendancy for it. Or maybe they're gonna do something like more holy stuff for the last Monk thing, right? We have the Dark Monk, we have like the Elemental Monk. So maybe they're gonna do some kind of like, you know, holy guy. Okay, I think I need to pull the winner. Guys, giveaway. Wait, where did I put it? Wait, is that real? Somehow the timer stops when I'm not focused on the tab or something. It's kind of weird. This was certainly more than 5 minutes. I'm gonna pull at 5. How awesome would it be if they put a Diablo-like boss in as an homage to D2 before D4 even has Mephisto? Yeah, they're really dragging out the D4 story, that's for sure. Which, I mean, on one hand is also nice because we know that there's gonna be more coming and, you know, they're gonna support the game for a long time. So this is also an upside, I guess. Alright, we did it. Potato Man WC. I have to do emote only chat now. Okay, next key in 1 hour, guys. We got a winner. I'll send it to you in a whisper on Twitch. One second. Okay. Check your DM. Where's my emote only chat here? Let's turn it off again. Anyway, thanks for participating, guys. I'll have more. I'll have 3 more today. Maybe more. If anyone else wants also me to give away the keys, let me know. I can do that. Some people have been asking me, like, I can just not read them. You missed the giveaway again. Don't worry, there's gonna be more. There's not the timer. Next one in 56 minutes. Okay. No tickets right now, guys. Later again. You're here? Yo, Potato Man, hello. I sent you a Twitch DM. Check your DM. Guys, stop with the ticket one. Later again, okay? You said that Chong with a high CPS. Shayula Monk. Yeah, I mean, it seems like that, at least. You know, just from like this one ascendancy node, basically can up to 140% extra damage, which is way more than the total buff of most ascendancies, you know? So, it's the same guy from yesterday. No, it's not the same guy. So far, we didn't have any repeat winners. Hype for the Shadow class. Now, the giveaway will work exactly the same later. I'm gonna open it later, and then we're gonna pull a winner again, and so on. Gonna make heads or tails of Gemini Legionnaire. Do you think it'll be good? I think Gemini Legionnaire, I actually made a video about like all the ascendancies and what I think about them and stuff earlier today. But TLDR, Gemini Legionnaire is something very versatile that kind of just can do anything. So if you're like really undecided and you have no clue and you want to kind of wait and see what kind of cool skill combos exist or something, or you're not sure if you want to play like a crossbow or a caster or a mace, then I think Gemini Legionnaire is a really good idea. Potato Man won the draw. Warbringer Outbreak may give 90% damage. Yeah, it depends on like how it works exactly, right? I think you have the ascendancy info here. I do expect both warrior ascendancies to be pretty nutty. Like Warbringer has this here, you can break enemy armor to below 0. So yeah, whatever that means basically. I wonder if it will also like refresh the timer, for example, because if you go to 0 armor on the target, then there is like, it's basically like applying a shock or applying a freeze or something. It's like a similar system where you apply it and after a few seconds it just drops. And even if you apply more armor break, it will drop. So I wonder if there's like a certain timer here as well where you get a fully broken armor and then you go to negative and then it just drops anyway after 5 seconds or something. Then it wouldn't be that crazy, but it also depends on what it does exactly. If one of us saw my video is not uploaded. No, I did upload a video about ascendancies. Check out my YouTube. So Gog explains how it might work.
Oh, howdy all.
Okay, let's see what he says. Did we have any example in PoE 1? I can't recall anything like that in PoE 1 with like negative armor and stuff. Broken but probably won't go live. Ascendancies announced. Okay, let's see what he says about it. So Gog is like a mechanics guy. He always makes these kind of videos, so I wonder what he thinks actually.
Grab yourself a drink. It is time for some Path of Exile 2 discussion. I put out the video on all of the daily news for today, and then Grinding Gear Games came along and dropped a massive info dump on us. I was going to put out one video discussing all 12 of the ascendancies. That was my first thought. Then I realized that's not going to be the way to do it, because there's one thing in here that's going to be the most talked about of all of the ascendancies. One of these ascendancies, and this is surprisingly the Warbringer.
Let me double check that, Potato Man. Sorry about that.
This is not an ascendancy that I've seen a lot of hype for so far. In fact, it's an ascendancy that does something fairly interesting, but the people aren't really talking about much because other things just do more exciting power fantasies than just the warrior.
I'm trying to use it on the official website, Potato Man. Where are you trying to do it? It's not on Steam. You have to go on the official website and put the key there, in case you're not aware. So this should be an untouched key. It should be valid. And it's for PC. Are you trying this on PC on the official website?
Warrior that goes around breaking the enemy's armor and then using that in order to deal a bunch of extra damage. However, I wanted to really call out something very important here, and that is imploding impacts is going to break the game if the armor formula in Path of Exile 2 is the same as the one in Path of Exile 1. In Path of Exile 1, there's an armor formula that's quite complicated. It's designed in such a way that there's an asymptotic fall off as you get more and more armor, but the amount of armor that you've got is compared to the amount of damage the enemy attack does, and the more damage that the attack does, the less armor that you've got, the closer to just your armor doing nothing you become. The more armor that you get, the closer that the enemy's attack becomes to dealing only 10% of the intended amount of damage it was going to do. However, This formula that they use breaks in a ridiculous and hilarious way when you throw in negative numbers into the amount of armor that you've got. I'm going to put up some details from a spreadsheet on the screen at the moment. So let's start out with some of the more sensible results. Let's start out with an attack that deals 1,000 physical damage against a monster that has 0 armor on it. Guess what? You deal 1,000 damage to that monster. Who would have guessed? What if we give the monster 100 armor? Now, damage is nerfed to about 980. We give it 1,000 armor, damage is nerfed to about 833. We give it 2,500 armor, damage is nerfed to 666. 5,000 armor, we're talking now 500 damage, exactly 1/2 of base. Let's try 10,000 armor. Oh, now we've got exactly 1/3 of base armor. 25,000 armor, exactly 1/6 of the amount of base damage you would have done, 166. This continues growing until you hit 45,000 armor, which is 45 times the amount of raw damage that's dealt, at which point the net damage that comes through is 100. This is actually the limit. You can't go any further than this. Okay, so that's the way things work when you have a sensible, positive amount of armor, or at least non-negative. What about if we go with something just slightly less than 0? So we put in negative 100 into the formula for the amount of armor that the monster has, and we get 1,020 damage. Yep, that seems pretty normal. There's nothing unusual. This is just the same pattern you had, just continuing a little bit. Let's continue it a bit further, shall we? Minus 1,000 armor, 1,250 damage. Minus 2,000 armor. Now we're up to 1,666.667 damage. Things seem still to be making sense. It's just the more negative armor you can give the monster, the more damage you're dealing. What if we plug in negative 3,000 into the formula? At this point, 2,500 armor. Wow, that's really gotten more powerful quickly, hasn't it? But nothing's really broken the game yet. So let's try negative 5,001. Now I am cheating a bit here. Negative 5,001 is a number I chose very, very carefully here in order to break this formula as much as possible. But the amount of damage that we do is now negative 5 million. We have somehow flipped over. Not only have we gone from dealing so much damage that it's off the charts, but we've even flipped around to be so much damage that we're dealing a negative amount of damage. This doesn't seem to make any sense. It's all because of the asymptotic nature of this formula. Anyways, there is a sweet spot, and that is to get the monster's armor as close to negative 5,000 as you can without going over it. So let's try negative 4,999, shall we? What do we get here? 5.
Yeah, there's no way that they didn't think about this, right? Like they even have like this underlined like tooltip thing that they can, that we cannot see here in the Ascendancy. But obviously this cannot be the same formula, right? But we don't know what this tooltip says. It means something. But then, yeah, there's no way this is how it's work, right? Because you break a 5,000 armor and suddenly you do negative damage. Like, yeah, great. At the very least, if that is how it works, it needs to be fixed like day one. So there needs to be some other formula. And it's probably not going to be that ridiculous. I imagine that, like the typical Ascendancy node, like just looking at like what the typical Ascendancy node does, it's supposed to give you somewhere in the range of 10 to 20% character power, I guess. If you just look at, other examples, basically, right? And number 1 is already relatively powerful, but, there are ways to break armor pretty reliably, so it's fine. And then there's 2, and this cannot really give you much more than like a 20% boost or something like that, because else this is going to be OP, basically, compared to other nodes. So it can't be that much. There's probably like something that says, like you deal, like if you go into the negative, then, maybe based on like how much base armor the enemy had, you deal up to X more damage or so, depending on how much you go into negative or something like that. But yeah. I'm sure it's not this Skyrim D4. I mean, it is kind of hilarious that people go into PTR and the first thing I see is just like some negative 20-digit number that people do. Yeah. Tutu says negative armor heals the enemy. Easy. But
5 million damage. What about if we go negative 4,999.999999? At this point, we get 5 trillion damage. This is the ridiculous nature of an asymptotic formula. Now, I do think it's important to note, there is no guarantee that this formula will be what gets to live servers, and if it does get on live servers, it's probably not going to stay there very long. It's going to be a pretty miserable play experience to have a situation where you break a monster's armor so much that you end up causing it to wrap around. you miss these huge numbers that might actually outright one-shot the monster, and then you put the monster into a territory where any physical damage that you do to it heals it for a massive amount for a period, that's going to be a pretty miserable play experience. Especially because that might also cause their armor to become unbroken completely, and so suddenly they come to have multiple millions of armor as well as having all their hit points filled up. It's going to be a pretty miserable play experience if it goes live, but it will be hilariously funny. This is the sort of bug that early access could potentially come up with. Of course, Grindy Gear Games could have already built in a safeguard. They already have a minimum of 10% of damage that always punches through armor no matter how much you've got. If you hit a monster for 100 damage and that monster has a quadrillion armor, you're still going to deal 10 damage to it. It's kind of like the 90% hard cap on resistances that players can get. So there could be something like that in reverse, where perhaps there's a hard cap of 200% baseline damage, perhaps 150%. But if that's not there, this is going to be one of the funniest things that's going to happen in the earlier days of early access. I'm going to leave it there. We'll discuss all of the rest of the ascendancies in detail over the next day or two. May your Varlorbs have interesting results.
10 damage. Imagine group play and you heal every boss. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you know, just looking at this here, the fact that this is like underlined, which means like there's like a tooltip attached to this, it means that they've thought about this, you know? So this is not what's gonna happen. This would be a pretty massive oversight, I think. You know, since they gave, you know, this one ascendancy in particular a special mechanic like this. So this doesn't exist anywhere else. You cannot go into negative anywhere. So this is like something specific to this. Yeah, there's like some cap or something there. But yeah, we'll see, I guess. It could be funny, you know. There's definitely potential for stuff like this to be broken because maybe they forgot or maybe whatever they implemented didn't work or right. So we'll see. Max is just about to fear a craft of it. With the armor formula or what? Do we even have confirmed info about armor formula? Like everyone just expects it's gonna be similar to PoE1, but I mean the armor values are completely different, right? That we're gonna get on our stuff. I think in general we're gonna have way less life, way less armor evasion and so on. So the formulas need to be changed as well. I guess we'll see. I made a video on like the build I'm planning to do. It's a mercenary. Pretty sure all the formulas changed, maybe. All we have confirmed is that nothing is confirmed, anything, yeah. There's no way they're doing fine-tuned, detailed nerfs to other ascendancies and they missed this game-breaking mechanic. Yeah, true, I guess. I mean, they did stuff like, for example, here on the Gemling Legionnaire, right? They already nerfed this on 12 to 10 quality, for example, and these kind of things. So they are definitely like in the like polishing phase here, right? And something like this must have been tested, so I don't expect this to happen. But it's funny to see like what will happen with the negative numbers, I guess. It was a funny, let's say, thought experiment. Did I watch a GG documentary? No, which one? How wild that we're playing, you mean queuing in 24 hours? True. And you could be one of them with the next key giveaway. Yikes, dude. Thanks for Prime. I want to look through some of the like melee stuff as well, because I'm actually also considering like a warrior. Maybe not start, but maybe second class or something. From garage to glory. They need to put in like a third word with a G for the GGG. Okay. It's like a real documentary. The story of grinding gear games. 3 months ago. Interesting. I haven't watched that. Should we watch that? How Chris Wilson and Jonathan Rogers met. Design pillars. Ah, here, this is like this is a talk that Jonathan was referring to earlier from Chris Wilson. With the 5 pillars. Interesting. Okay, we can check this out. It's like half an hour, why not? From grinding garage to glory. Oh man.
So basically the player plays a character who's...
Oh my god, man. What? He has hair. I've never seen Chris Wilson with hair. Holy dude, log in.
So basically the player plays a character who's been exiled from their homeland. They've committed a crime, which varies depending on their character class, and have been exiled to the world of Ryklas, which is a very hostile, forbidding continent. Everything, ranging from the monsters to the environment to other players, are out to get them here, and they have to forge their way in this world. But we stress, it doesn't...
if you want me to give away some of your keys, then message me here on either on Twitch or on Discord or something.
About the player saving the world. In this case, they're trying to save themselves and to gain tools that allow them to survive against the wilderness.
Greetings, gamers. I'm Gav.
Holy shit, man! Look at that. Wow.
This is the story of Grinding Gear Games and the creation of their amazing title, Path of Exile. From Chris Wilson's garage to where they are today, GGG's consistent communication and openness with the community regarding their development set a new standard in the space. A connection between the player and the developer that's unfortunately been lost over time in many genres and titles. They do right by the fans of their game and are constantly delivering fantastic content. Officially announced in 2010, Path of Exile has continued growing its dedicated player base year over year ever since. In this video, I'll start from the very growing its
I suppose like the big upturn here was probably like the 3.0 launch, I imagine, right? This brought a lot of players, and then they started doing like the bigger and bigger leagues. I also started in 3.1, so this was like right around that time when, like, you know, the big wave happened here.
dedicated player base year.
Arc Nemesis was like a word. Which one is Arc Nemesis here? That's already quite a while ago, right? If there's like league after league here, then I guess Arc Nemesis was probably like somewhere here. No, I don't think that's actually like all of the leagues. Yeah, this is from 2019, so never mind.
Year over year, ever since.
In
this video, I'll start from the very beginning when the studio and game were first being established, all the way to the successful launch of their game in 2013. I won't be going over every patch or how the game has evolved over the years, but perhaps in a future video we can take a look at the patch-by-patch progression of the game. I'll list off what I think are the top 3 major contributors to Path of Exile's long-term success. And at the end of the video, we'll take a brief look at how they're bringing over a decade of experience into their highly anticipated sequel, Path of Exile 2, which is set to release in early access later this year. Alright, let's venture all the way back to the beginning and dive in.
Okay guys, we got 3 more keys that we got from Skypes. So I'm gonna be giving away even more, I guess. So get ready for that.
In the mid-1980s, a young Chris Wilson stared longingly at the new Amiga 500 computer system that his parents had brought home. He was still a bit young and his parents were apprehensive about allowing Chris to use it just yet. Keeping the computer away from him, however, only sparked his curiosity further. By the age of 7, Chris had already started to program on that very same Amiga 500 system. His obsession had begun. Fast forward to Chris's teen years spent at Avondale College, a secondary school located in his hometown of Auckland, New Zealand.
Let's get to the history of the company. Chris.
Yes.
And Jonathan. How and when did you guys first meet?
Thank you, Mel.
At high school, there was this computer in the library that had a copy of Quick Basic installed on it. And that was kind of because they didn't have it in the computer labs, of course, because why would you do that? So I'd go there in the library at lunchtime to do some programming. And this is when I was like 16 or so. And so one time there's this kid on the computer. And I'm like, hey, kind of, you know, so so I introduced myself and we were chatting. He was a few years younger than me. And so we started talking about coding and kept in touch pretty well as I went to university. Then he went a few years later and we were good friends. and eventually decided that once we get out of university, we're going to go make a game. We weren't sure what it was yet. And
I think we had a vague idea.
we had ideas, but it was
there inspiration for that game at all?
Yeah, a little bit.
well, we both played a lot of D2 together. So, you know, by the time Jonathan had finished university, we were pretty set on this idea that everyone was terrible at making action RPGs, and we could actually make a good one, which is hubris and crazy when you're just a couple of random guys in your very early 20s. I think you were like 20 years old at the time. Yeah. We hadn't had commercial game development experience. We were just hobbyists, like way less qualified than most of the people we hire now.
Jonathan and Chris were fast friends with a shared dream of making a game together. This was much more preferable to them than making a career out of the mundane dream of making...
Is that real, man? Look at this. It's funny to see.
A game together. This was much more preferable to them than making a career out of the mundane software industry at the time. Through their love of Diablo 2, Jonathan and Chris would find the next piece of their puzzle by pure happenstance. They found their art director, Eric Olofsson.
Eric, how and when did you join this ragtag couple of guys?
Well, so first of all, I actually met...
Is this, like, where is this recorded, by the way?
Chris in a Diablo 2 strategy forum.
Is this at ExileCon? This is from ExileCon, actually, right? I just realized they had the shirts.
That would be maybe around year 2000 or so. So that was back in the day. It was harder to find out the best builds and so on. You didn't have streamers and everything back then. But then a few years after that, I got a random message where Chris was saying that him and Jonathan were thinking about, or like
5 years ago,
to make a Diablo-like game, and
oof. Oh no, man.
That sounded amazing, I thought. So.
And for context, you were living in
That's
Sweden.
beautiful.
At the time, right?
Yeah, so I'm on the opposite side of the world.
Yeah, literally about as far as you can go.
I think we needed an artist, and we knew no one who's ever drawn anything in their lives. And Eric is an accomplished artist and has done a whole industrial design thing. He wrote a textbook that many universities use. Like he's up there. And so I said to him, "Where would we find a lead artist?" And he looked at plane tickets.
The Trinity was formed. Chris Wilson with his vision for the next great ARPG to fill the gap they saw in the market and scratch that eternal Diablo 2 itch. Jonathan Rogers, who knew from a very young age that he wanted nothing more than to make video games and was completely on board with the project. And last but not least, Eric Olofsson, the man behind the art and aesthetic of the game. Now what they needed was funding to make this vision a reality. Unfortunately, at the time in New Zealand, the games industry was still very underdeveloped, making investors and funding difficult to obtain.
We're lucky to have rich friends, so they've been willing to invest some money in the project to see it to fruition. It's very difficult to get venture capitalists or angel investors interested, especially in online games. There's a mixture of fear and misunderstanding in the industry.
That's where their fourth co-founder came in. That rich friend was none other than Brian Weissman. Weissman lives in the United States, and he privately funded the project's early development as its executive producer, believing in the vision that Chris Wilson and the others had brought forth. Brian was a pro Magic the Gathering player from 1994 to 1999. For all you MTG fans out there, he invented the most well-known control deck in all of Magic history, simply known as the deck.
I met Brian in the early 2000s because we both played online role-playing games, and at the time we were playing a game called Diablo 2, a very formative game, and that resulted in a close friendship which has endured to this day.
And one interesting thing kept reappearing in our conversations over and over again.
The deck.
Could we in fact make a game that would be a worthy sequel?
The deck, man. What is the build, guys, in PoE?
Equal to Diablo 2. Crazy idea.
Chris Wilson has an absolutely insane Magic collection, and I'll have a video linked in the description for those interested. In the video, he shows off some of this collection of his, which contains some of the craziest Magic the Gathering misprints that I've ever seen. In late 2006, early 2007, the trio used Chris's garage as an office space. The first year, the guys did nothing but talk about the project and played games for further research, in an attempt to dissect what made different games so compelling, as well as meticulously going over the details of their company and laying out the foundations for their game.
Back in the mid-2000s, my co-founders and I had played a ton of Diablo 2, like thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. And as we, over time, tired of the game, we looked at other action RPGs that we wanted to try out. You know, we tried out Dungeon Siege series and Titan Quest and so on. And we played those games too and enjoyed them, but only for dozens of hours rather than thousands of hours. And so this caused us to ask, why did we sink so much more time into Diablo 2? What was perfect? What made that game the best action RPG that had ever existed? And so we came up with a bunch of design pillars that we feel a perfect action RPG needs that some of the other games hadn't quite hit in all cases.
Those design pillars are still used by Grinding Gear Games today, albeit a bit more refined and expanded upon. Their unpaid research and development time that first year was well spent. Brian Weissman's funding aided in their unpaid
visceral action combat, randomly generated levels, randomly generated items, secure online economy, deep character customization.
Research and development time that first year was well spent. Brian Weissman's funding aided in their ability to hire salaried workers and contractors, as well as rent out actual office space as the team grew. Their vision was starting to become a reality, and after much debate, the co-founders had finally decided on a company name, Grinding Gear Games. The name had a hidden double meaning which they thought was clever, and it fit perfectly. Grinding Gear Games stood for both the visual representation of the gears grinding together as shown in their logo, but the name also exhibits the core gameplay loop of Path of Exile, which has you grinding for the best gear you can acquire. The small GGG team worked in secret for the next several years, not even publicizing the fact that they were making a game, not until what they had was ready to blow people's minds. In 2010, with Diablo 3 now announced and set to release in 2012, Chris and the team knew it was now or never to build hype for their game. The project was originally going to be called One With Nothing, a name which was scrapped in favor of the more epic title, Path of Exile. It was speculated that the name Path of Exile was inspired by this D2 expansion set, Lord of Destruction, and so in September of 2010, they flew to the US to show the world what they had been working on.
Log in, man. PvP, dude. It's kind of funny though, because you actually do recognize like which zones, which monsters, which boss and stuff like that, right? Like, you can still recognize it, but it looks so different now. It's actually hilarious. Yeah. I like the cuts to make the combat seem more fluid.
Completely unknown. Grinding Gear Games and Path of Exile were completely unknown at the time, but the announcement of their game was a success. It was unique, and although not perfect, the game was well polished for its stage of development, and scratched that Diablo 2 itch for many players. Path of Exile received coverage in major publications at the time, including PC Gamer, Inc. Gamers, IGN, and more. Alpha and closed beta for the game ran from 2010 to 2013, and the team had scaled up from the original 3 all the way to 18 employees and contractors, looking to see the project through. The open beta was launched and the team was on top of the world. Things were going well for the indie developer. Very well, achieving a peak of 70,000
Okay, now. Oh. Okay, guys.
Current users and nearly 2 million signups. Their initial growth was spectacular, but maintaining those players was the issue. As their small weekly patches shifted to large quarterly updates, they started to see a rise in returning and new players. These large content updates became known as challenge leagues, which would reset the economy and bring forth a ton of new content. Leagues and expansions allowed for both experimentation for future game mechanics, and also did its job in bringing players back fairly consistently every update. On October 23, 2013, Path of Exile was officially released.
They named me Sinner. They stripped me of my life. But this land was a wealthy land. Bounty as plentiful as bones. There is a life here, if I have the will to take it. I will take from others. I will use others to take from this world. Or I will fight alone. I am an exile, condemned to live in fear. If I am to survive, I must do but one thing. Conquer the beast within.
Grinding Gear Games had learned a lot of lessons through Alpha and Beta, and they had their fair share of ups and downs over the years to follow 1.0, but they've never lost sight of their original vision and have always remained authentic and transparent. Both the team size and the content additions to the game have scaled up tremendously as the game has grown over the years. Let's go over the 3 things that I think have allowed Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games to not only survive, but thrive. There are many more factors than the 3 that I'll be going over here, but I'm going to list off the top 3 things that I think have allowed the game to grow relatively consistently year over year. First up has to be their free-to-play business model. In 2006, when they were first laying out their foundational principles in Chris Wilson's garage, this one was near the top of their list. At the time of Path of Exile's inception, they would have been one of the first free-to-play Western games on the market.
And you're using your own technology for the engine, correct?
That's right, yeah.
Right.
It was written entirely in-house.
Why'd you do that?
It was cheaper. I mean,
Was it?
we funded the game based on our savings and, the savings of friends and family and stuff. So we had to take cheap, smart options rather than buying tools because we just couldn't afford them.
Economical?
Yes, indeed. Well, where possible, we'll try to...
Okay, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go back like 3 minutes because I actually wanna see this. Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games, man. It's so funny to see him, man, like this, with the beard, the hair. Wow. Crazy, actually. Guys, key is gonna be later in 20 minutes. Gonna open it soon now. Okay, where was it? I think it was somewhere here. Announcement trailer.
2 million signed. The open beta for the game ran from 2010 to 2013, and the team had scaled up from the original 3 all the way to 18 employees and contractors, looking to see the project through. The open beta was launched and the team was on top of the world.
Dude, that guy actually had sponsored him for a lot of money, right? They had 18 people and they didn't earn anything at that point. And they had been working on the game for like 3 years. Crazy.
Things were going well for the indie developer. Very well. Achieving a peak of 70,000 concurrent users and nearly 2 million signups. Their initial growth was spectacular, but maintaining those players was the issue.
But I guess it was also because this was like post Diablo 3, right? Diablo 3 actually brought a lot of people back to like the RPGs, but there was not really many other RPGs out there that people really played at that time, right? So it was basically just Diablo 3, at least like that I remember. And people really didn't like it, right? The deck builder, yeah. Giga chat. I mean, I guess it makes sense that he's rich when he has literally the deck. Yeah, but 70k concurrent was massive for gaming? Yeah, for sure. And this was also in a time when gaming was just way smaller in general, right? Like at that time, when I talked to like my high school mates and they understood that I was a gamer, they would look at me in a weird way, you know? At that time. So that's kind of weird. And yeah, definitely good numbers. But I guess it was also largely because of Diablo 3, right? Diablo 3 came out, people like played it and then jumped off it and looked for something else, and they found this, I guess. That's probably how PoE grew. And now we have Diablo 4 and PoE 2. History repeats itself. It's kind of funny, actually.
Issue. As their small weekly patches shifted to large quarterly updates, they started to see a rise in returning and new players. These large content updates became known as challenge leagues, which would reset the economy and bring forth a ton of new content. Leagues and expansions allowed for both experimentation for future game mechanics, and also did its job in bringing players back fairly consistently every update. On October 23rd, 2013, Path of Exile was officially released.
I think I've seen this one. Cyan, login.
They named me Sinner.
Splat.
They stripped me of my life. But this land was a wealthy land. Bounty as plentiful as bones. There is a life here, if I have the will to take it. I will take from others. I will use others to take from this world. Or I will fight alone. I am an exile, condemned to live in fear. If I am to survive, I must do but one thing. Conquer the beast within.
Grinding Gear Games had learned a lot of lessons through Alpha and Beta, and they had their fair share of ups and downs over the years to follow 1.0, but they've never lost sight of their original vision and have always remained authentic and transparent. Both the team size and the content additions to the game have scaled up tremendously as the game has grown over the years. Let's go over the 3 things that I think have allowed Path of Exile and Grinding Gear Games to not only survive, but thrive. There are many more factors than the 3 that I'll be going over here, but I'm going to list off the top 3 things that I think have allowed the game to grow relatively consistently year over year. First up has to be their free-to-play business model. In 2006, when they were first laying out their foundational principles in Chris Wilson's garage, this one was near the top of their list. At the time of Path of Exile's inception, they would have been one of the first free-to-play Western games on the market.
And you're using your own technology for the engine, correct?
That's right, yeah.
Right.
It was written entirely in-house.
Why'd you do that?
It was cheaper. I mean, we funded the game based on our savings and, the savings of friends and family and stuff. So we had to take cheap, smart options rather than buying tools because we just couldn't afford them.
Economical?
Yes, indeed. Well, where possible, we'll try to think of a way which saves us money to solve a problem.
Got it. And so why free to play in that case? Following up.
When we started the project in 2006, there weren't any Western free games. It was popular in Asian markets. Games like MapleStory were doing really well. So we had this plan to be the first free-to-play game in Western markets. Then it took 6 years to make the game. So we were not the first. And since then, the term free-to-play has become poisoned a bit by games that sell advantage and experience potions and a ton of convenience options, which are almost cheating, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
So we've been very clear that while our game is free, we don't sell advantage in that way. And so this is something our fans actually really appreciate.
Ethical microtransactions.
That's right, yes.
They knew that their monetization model would prove effective, but they were completely unaware at just how effective. It all started out as a crowdfunding program on their website. As funding grew thin for their beta development, they looked to the success of Kickstarter campaigns for other games. Kickstarter was riddled with fees that they didn't want to pay, so they decided to run their own variation of crowdfunding containing different backer tiers on their official Path of Exile website. The $10 tier contained a closed beta key, and the higher up you went, official Path of Exile website.
Wow. I never saw this one. This was the first supporter pack ever? The Kiwi pack. Oh man, so this is why they have the Kiwi again in PoE 2 as well. Now I get it. That's funny, man. And funny enough, this is almost the same price as well as like the PoE 2 one. Look at that. 25 bucks. Like inflation adjusted, this one is actually more expensive.
The $10 tier contained a closed beta key, and the higher up you went, the more rewards you would receive. No pay to win, ever. The company raised over $2.5 million during this campaign, the early stages of what would later become supporter packs. These packs would contain physical items from the developers, such as t-shirts, mouse pads, decor, art, and otherwise. They would also contain some pretty exclusive and amazing in-game cosmetics. To add on to that, you would receive the monetary value of that supporter pack as store points to spend on anything of your choosing. For instance, a $100 supporter pack contains all of the merchant cosmetics that are listed, as well as 1,000 in-game store points, which is the equivalent of the $100 that you just spent. They try very hard to cram value into these packs, and they seem to get better every year. By allowing everyone to try your full game out for free, those that stick around and receive hundreds of hours of enjoyment out of the game actually want to help with the funding of continued development. It's a direct incentive, especially when the content updates have done nothing but increase in size and quality over the years. This free-to-play model that they've kept the entire time has been pivotal to Grinding Gear Games' success in my eyes. Zero barrier to entry. The second success factor would have to be their leagues and overall content release cadence. Chris Wilson likes to attribute the realization of this lesson to his now good friend and infamous gamer, Kripparrian.
The final story is one that I did not realize myself. I wish I was smart enough to think of this, but this actually came from Kripparrian, the awesome streamer who played a lot of Path of Exile at the time. And so Kripparrian and I were chatting on Skype, as I like to say that we did occasionally. And he said to me, you know what, Chris, I've got a lesson for you that really helped me with my streaming. He said, every day I will wake up and I'll stream at a reliable time. I'm there right at that moment. And I'm going to stream until a predictable time. And then I'm going to work on my highlights video and I'm going to post that at a predictable time. And then I'm back tomorrow doing exactly the same thing. And I'm going to try not to take days off. I'm just going to stream at these times. And the reason he explained was because that way when someone comes home from work and they're wanting to watch Kripparrian, if that's the time of day that he's streaming, then they'll be able to watch him. And if they want to watch a video before they go to bed or whatever the timing is, it will be there. And the day that it's not there is the day they look on the internet and say, what will entertain me? What else is there in the world? And they'll find some other thing, maybe another streamer, maybe a TV show, and now that's the thing they're doing for entertainment. And he felt that his numbers dropped significantly if he deviated from his very rigid schedule. Now, you know, he's a powerhouse of streaming, right? He's amazing. And he recommended that we do a similar schedule with Path of Exile because he said, look at your graph of what you've actually done in 2014. I made this graph, not him, but
I'm terrible with timing.
This is
Oof.
It was all over the place, right? We've got medium leagues at 20 weeks, big ones at 16. They arbitrarily get small and close together. No Path of Exile player is going to think anything other than, is that game dying? Like, what's going on with them getting smaller, and what's with the timing? No one can predict anything. And so he strongly suggested we have a rigid schedule, because that way it's more convenient for him, because then he knows when to stream it, but it's also convenient for everyone else. And so we tried this out. So this was our new schedule, the new era of leagues, as it's called. And so they're every 13 weeks. So this means exactly 4 of them fit into a year. That means that we know that they're going to be on the second weekend of the final month in each quarter or whatever we do. And this perfectly fits having one a few weeks before Christmas and a week before GDC and a week before E3. It just matches everything, and it's great. So we started doing this, and we were initially doing some pipelining. We work on a small one while working on a bigger one in the background. And then in the second part of the cycle, we release the big one and then repeat this. And that enabled us to experiment with scope and so on, because at this point we still weren't 100% sure how large these had to be to have the correct effect. We were pretty sure 13 weeks, which is roughly 3 months, was the right amount of time.
During this game development conference talk, Chris continues to explain how players quitting your game is inevitable. Their goal was to ensure that with this new content release cycle and predictable schedule, that the players that did stop playing for whatever the reason may be, would have a plan to return for the following league. And
didn't Crip actually save PoE with his streams? Yeah, he was definitely a big influence, I think. I'm not sure if he like saved it or something, but you know, basically D3 went from getting like world first in D3. Crip went from getting world first in D3 and like, you know, being like one of the big streamers suddenly, to then playing Path of Exile all day long, and like he was playing like the beta and whatever, right? And was streaming that after he was done with D3, and then like a lot of people followed him, and then they realized, oh yeah, you know, I don't want to play D3, let's try out this game that Crip is playing as well. Yeah. He watched this video in the past and immediately thought how inconsistent Woody is. Yeah, it's very hard to keep a consistent schedule, man, I'd have to say. So, it is what it is. Crip opened up ExileCon. Yeah, last time I think he was like doing the opening talk. It was kind of cool. Another step to realize that League every 3 months is too short time. No, it's not. Like 3 months is like the typical RPG cycle now, right? Like for basically all RPGs, they always go for 3 months, basically. And I mean, what they showed there was exactly that, right? Yeah. 13 weeks, 13 weeks, 14 weeks, 14 weeks, and so on. So, this is exactly like 3 months every time. And this is how they're still at least trying to do it, right? And okay, sometimes it's not exactly the same, but at least they will have like some information about the new league or something at some point. Yeah. Any longer and you get burnout, as LA shows. Yeah, I mean, they showed like the spikes of players as well, right? It's always like, okay, new league starts, everyone plays, and then it falls off. You know, this is just how it goes every single time. This is the same how it works for me as well. You know, I'm streaming, you know, right now it's like the calm before the storm. Tomorrow, like, you know, Twitch is gonna explode. And then, you know, it's gonna go down slowly, and then it comes the next patch, boom, you know. And basically, for example, the streamer cycle follows exactly that content cycle as well, because this is just, you know, where everyone comes back every time. So I can exactly like feel what he's talking about as well, basically. And yeah, it's not just to get burned out because you play for too long. If you are done, then you're just done and you come back later. But you know, this is what they talked about here. There's always like the plan. I think he's about to get into it actually. The plan to get people back
scope
again.
And so on, because at
this
league. Point we still weren't 100% sure how large these had to be to have the correct effect. We were pretty sure 13 weeks, which is roughly 3 months, was the right amount of time.
During this game development conference talk, Chris continues to explain how players quitting your game is inevitable. Their goal was to ensure that with this new content release cycle and predictable schedule, that the players that did stop playing for whatever the reason may be, would have a plan to return for the following league, and that they would know reliably when the following league would be released. This content cycle has been working out very well for both GGG and the players ever since.
And so, when you look at it in the context of all of the Path of Exile history, you can see that we were clearly declining. There's no argument about that for the first few years, and then really clearly climbing.
They were clearly climbing indeed, and with their latest patch 3.25, Settlers of Kalgur, which was released on July 26th of this year, they continued that same growth trend. On the same day as the release of 3.25, the game exceeded its all-time peak on Steam with over 229,000 players online concurrently. And what some people neglect to remember is that Path of Exile has its own standalone client as well. And as long as they keep the quality and cadence consistent, I don't see that stopping anytime soon. My third and final, arguably most important factor is the community that they've built. The game was in development for over 7 years. For at least 4 of those, Grinding Gear Games did no press or announcements for their game. No one knew about them or the game that they were creating. From the time Path of Exile was announced in 2010, Chris Wilson was extremely active on their website's forums. He made weekly dev blogs on their YouTube channel to update everyone on their development, and he was constantly involved on Reddit. Not only did this allow him to quite literally shape the community and keep the messaging of his company and game authentic, it was something the fans of the game really appreciated, and Chris really enjoyed it too. Between constant news updates, announcements, and otherwise, Chris earned the trust and respect of the players. And in 2014, Chris said if they raised over $25,000 for the Child's Play charity, that he would shave his head for the community. They did just that, and it was time for him to ascend to his true form.
Hey, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding Gear Games. Over the last couple of weeks, we raised over $25,000 for the Child's Play charity, and I promised I'd shave my head if we reached 25k, so let's go find a hairdresser, I guess.
I think I've seen this.
This one looks good. Yep. Sure. Yep.
I'm gonna set up a giveaway, by the way, guys. Almost the same. Okay. At the end of the video, I will pull the winner.
Looks good. I like it.
It does look good. Yeah. Well done. Good on you.
Thank you very much. Alright, I'm gonna paste the music back at the office.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay.
You got to film that part too.
Back to coding, Hackermans.
Get the reaction.
See you guys.
Alright, we have to get some reactions now.
You have to type this, guys. Take up space 1, exclamation mark. Yep.
Oh, you got it. It's pretty cold out there. It's like 10 degrees. Need some cold resist.
That same year, he also did the ALS Ice Bucket Challenge.
ALS is a horribly crippling disease, and it's a really serious business. I know it's funny to watch videos of people getting wet on YouTube, but you should seriously consider donating to the cause. I've put $100 in, and hopefully you guys do as well. I'd like to nominate 3 people. The first person is Max Schaefer from Runic Games. The second one is Mike Diskett from 5 Live Studios. And finally, Sean from Protein Pill. Okay, well, we've got this nice and cold for quite a while now, so hit me, guys. Okay. I need more cold resist.
The game was really solidifying itself in the market, and the team was earning respect and admiration across the board. Chris and the team at Grinding Gear Games have not only built a fantastic game, they've handcrafted and curated an amazing community of fans that will follow them and support them until the end. There are a million more factors I could mention, such as their highly unique and versatile skill system, their passive tree, whether that terrifies or delights you, maps, items, and all of their meta systems, and way more that I could list off and talk about, but I wanted to keep the length of this video relatively reasonable. I'd love to hear about what your favorite thing about Path of Exile is, and what keeps you coming back every league. If you'd be so kind to let me know down in the comments. Now let's wrap up this video and take a look at how Grinding Gear Games plan to carry forward this recipe for success in Path of Exile 2. Originally announced at ExileCon in 2019, Path of Exile 2 was meant to be a major content update to the original game. It was going to be the 4.0 patch.
And we're really proud to finally reveal Path of Exile 4.0.
The gods are dead, but left on their own, men will always seek to take their place.
Criminals! Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land.
The only result is pain and death.
The demon is escaping! Kill her!
Get her!
Wait, man.
This vision has changed a bit since then. Here's a portion of the keynote from ExileCon 2023.
When we announced Path of Exile 2 at ExileCon 2019, we told you guys that we were releasing it as an expansion to PoE 1 and that both campaigns would be playable in the same game client with a shared endgame. But PoE 2's scope has continued to grow and grow, and it's far more than just an expansion with a new campaign. It has entirely new monsters, skills, mechanics, classes, everything you'd expect from the next generation of action RPGs. Not to mention revamps of most of the PoE 1 League content. This thing is just freaking huge. There was a point when we realized that our plan to replace PoE 1 with PoE 2 would essentially be getting rid of a game that people love for no real reason. So we made a decision. Path of Exile 1 and 2 will be separate with their own mechanics, balance, endgames, and leagues. But it's still a shared platform. Your microtransactions are available across both games. Everything you have ever purchased or will ever purchase in the future will be usable in both games unless it's hyper-specific to the content of one of them. You can't transform into a bear in PoE 1, so a reskin of your bear form isn't going to work. But you absolutely can equip the awesome armor set that you got and use all your stash tabs.
The separation wasn't well received initially after the announcement, but it truly was the right path forward. It removed any shackles that the original game would have placed on the design of Path of Exile 2. And both games will receive content updates that offset each other, so that you can constantly play Path of Exile 1 and then back to Path of Exile 2. Rinse and repeat. For those of you unsure who Mark Roberts, the man standing next to Jonathan, is, he's affectionately referred to as Mark II since he was the second Mark to join the company, but most everyone else calls him Neon. And he's an absolute badass with an encyclopedic knowledge of the game. He competed in race events and on the ladder for fun. He plays the game a lot and really knows his shit. Starting out as a simple QA tester on Path of Exile, Neon has proved himself an invaluable asset to the
What the fuck is on his screen, by the way? What the hell is this?
Simple QA tester on Path of Exile. Neon has proved himself an invaluable asset to the team, and I couldn't be happier that him and Jonathan are heading up this sequel project. I have to say, from the footage I've seen the past few years, Path of Exile 2 looks absolutely spectacular. As an avid MMO player, the WASD movement has me very excited, and just everything about the game seems so well thought out and polished. You can really see how much Grinding Gear Games and Path of Exile has evolved over the years. Path of Exile 2 is their opportunity to truly bring their new tech and all of those lessons learned forward, with early access open for everyone beginning in November of this year, barring any issues. When comparing Path of Exile 2 to other games on the market, I, like many others, find myself asking, how on earth is this game free? Grinding Gear Games has achieved the impossible. Their continued growth can be attributed to a lot of strategy and luck, but the amount of hard work and passion that has been poured into this company and game cannot be understated. I personally began playing in Breach League myself and have returned off and on ever since. I absolutely can't wait for Path of Exile 2, and I'll definitely be covering it, and maybe even the lore on this channel, come November. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. As always, for those that made it this far into the video, I have a question for you, and I'll respond to everyone that takes the time to comment their thoughts. What feature in Path of Exile 2 has you most excited? For me, it has to be the silky smooth WASD movement that I mentioned earlier. Putting that in an already epic ARPG, I absolutely can't wait. Like the video if you liked it, subscribe to my channel if you're looking forward to more reviews, documentaries, and lore out of me, and I'll see you all in the next one.
It was actually released 3 months ago. Alright, we're pulling the winner, guys, as I said. Wait, where is it? Here we go. For some reason the counter is off. It's always a counter for some reason, but okay. 700 people. Holy shit. Alright, who's the next lucky guy? Or girl? Tochi. Congratulations. Guys, next one in 1 hour. We're gonna do another one later. But now we have a winner. GG. I'm gonna send you one on Twitch DM. Give me a moment. That was a good watch though. Boo. Well, I can't give a key to everyone, guys, unfortunately, but it is what it is. Here we go. So you can redeem this on the Path of Exile website. Guys, stop spamming. It's over. Next one is gonna be in 1 hour. I can't do it in emote only. We have more keys though. Alright. Boom. Enjoy. Okay, they replied. Easy clap. Anyway, do you have anything else? Just 24 hours left. Yes. It's now 24 hours, right? Or is it 23? I'm not sure if it's like 8 or 9 my time when it releases. 30 bucks for at least 6 months is $5 a month. 125 a week. True, actually. I'll play Mercenary. Most likely. Less than 24 hours left, guys. There's a preload thread. Okay, let's see actually what it says there. If I had a lot of people asking for pre-download to ensure they can play on launch, the corridors will be making a standalone PC client available for download at 5 PM on Thursday PST. So that's in 6 hours. I actually had to go start a download then, before I go sleep. After downloading client, you won't be able to log in until early access launches at 11 on Friday. Mm-hmm. Alright, so get ready later. There'll be torrent file, it'll be faster. Yeah, it's okay. I'm just gonna let it run while I sleep, basically. And then get up and start blasting. "24 hours to a 10-hour queue." Yeah, I would definitely get a standalone. Like, no matter what, get a standalone client, guys. At least for launch day. Maybe on the second day, get a Steam. Because I think Steam will not have any preload. How many hours I have in first PoE? I have like almost 4,000. And then probably like another... if I had to guess, 1,000 just PoBing or something. Nice song, actually. You bought a pack, you paid the key on Steam, will be able to play for the official launch anyway? Yes. Basically, the way this works is you have your PoE account, so if you go on the website, you can log in with your credentials. And this is what you're gonna put into the game when you actually launch the game. It doesn't really matter where you launch the game. So, you know, if you launch it on Steam or a standalone, this is still your account there, basically, inside the game. When? In 6 hours I can download the PC client. There's a command for it. What is that? Preload? Okay, it's gonna do... Okay, now preload on PS5, okay. Holy bots, 2k to 1k? I mean, not 1k. I mean, obviously, like, you know, the giveaways attract some people and then, you know, they come back later or maybe they don't, you know, just trying to get a key. It's kind of how it is. I don't think I want this bot. Yo, Injaronic, you thinking about going Ranger, using a crossbow as a second weapon, so use ballistas? It depends on like what happens to the ballistas when you switch a weapon. I'm not 100% sure what happens when you switch a weapon, if like the two of them will despawn. Does it say that? Wait. We don't have the gem for it actually. Does it actually exist? Ballista? It's not a support gem? And it's not an active gem. Is it here? No. Yeah, I remember they previewed the ballistas somewhere. But maybe they're not in the game right now. So I'm not really sure if they actually exist. PoE content? Oh my god, what is this? Is this like paint builds? Start here. Ah, wait a minute. Okay, terms and condition. Nobody knows what is actually going to end up being good. We are missing a ton of information. This is not thinking of late game high tier map bossing. Okay. This is like what build to play. Okay, should we do it? Do you want the safest possible pick that has the least likely chance to be bad? Yes. Titan Bonkman guy with big stick. That sounds about right. Okay, then we have... No. Yes, but with spells. Archmage, Stormweaver. Okay, so these are exactly the 2 predictions that I also made, basically. Well, I also said Charuna Monk, but that's kind of like, you know, a struggle. And you can also do Wallbringer, but it's a bit more sophisticated, I suppose. So I think this is both correct, yeah. Okay, no. What build archetype do you want? Ranged. How big yo dick is? Tiny bone cage. What the fuck is bone cage, man? Wait, it's not even there. Oh wait, it's a support. Raise a ring of bone spikes around you. Explode when an enemy touches them, damaging and pinning nearby enemies. Okay, I have no idea what to expect. It's basically like a bone prison for yourself. Okay. Well, what if it's not tiny? How about average? Something that I don't know, rain of arrows or phasing salvo if not nerfed. Okay. God, guns and grenades, witch hunter. I'll take that, I think. Okay, I have no idea about Bone Cage. I'm not sure, have you seen this anywhere? It's like a Nova? I don't know. Okay, I guess. It's like a witch spell, I guess. Okay. Yeah, I didn't actually try the witch. I understand you didn't make this, but it's funny. I like these things. Okay, Elephant. Is this you? Yes. Blood Mage, Big Bleed, LA Scale. Surely there will be something decent. Yeah, Blood Mage, Bleed, Flame Blast. So you have like 2 big dots. So that's something cool, I think. No. What type of skill? Attack. Wanna pretend you're playing PoE 1? Yes. Damage type. Fist. Tornado Shot, Deadeye. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Elemental, Lightning Arrow, Lightning Rod, Deadeye. And that is gonna be good, I think. No, Toxic, Rope Vine, Arrow, Poison Fart, Cloud, Pathfinder. Cool. And Spell. Wanna pretend you're playing PoE 1? Yes. Detonate Dead, something. I think Detonate Dead is gonna be pretty good, actually. I think it's gonna really produce some Diablo 2 vibes as a Necromancer. You haven't given up on Demon Mummy build with Split 2nd slots? Okay. Genuine question, don't you think people have massively high unrealistic expectations for PoE 2 because of all the hype and praise? I mean, there's always like this phase where, you know, it's like new and fresh and shiny and people will love everything about it and stuff like that, and you kind of like, you know, ignore the downsides. The thing is, we don't know much about the downsides, you know. Most of the stuff that we have seen, most of the things that people have said playing the game is all positive. You know, it's all really cool and good and like, you know, really the next generation and so on, right? So even if there are problems with the game, I don't think they're gonna be like problems of the degree of I don't want to play this game anymore, you know? So this is what early access is for as well. There will certainly be problems. Big duration, big cooldown, hourglass, support gem, firestorm, stormweaver, maybe blood mage. Oh my god. I mean, hourglass and something like firestorm is probably okay, but it also has an 8 seconds cooldown. How long does it last? It lasts 6 seconds, okay. Yeah, maybe you can do something like that. But then you can't do like the double limit. Okay, so where were we? What build archetype do you want? Wait, where were we? You want the fastest possible? No. The safest possible. Okay, we went with the range side first. Minions. Oh boy. I don't know how to categorize minions. He probably just use all of them or something. Ask Gazi. What would you rather eat? Dog, infernal harehound, shallow, specters, rip skeletons, beef zombies. This is great. Rocks, summon raging spirit, and pop rocks. Minion instability, infernal legion, summon raging spirit. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be a build, nearly. This is like a PoE 1 style build, but I don't think that's gonna be that good. On its own, at least. You need something else to go with this. Spicy ribs, minion instability, infernal legion, skeleton arsonist for more booms. Sounds good. The mech rib. Minions will probably be the first to be nerfed. I do expect minions to be very strong, to be fair. You know, just like kind of thinking about the logic of like, you know, what they nerfed in terms of player power going from PoE 1 to PoE 2. It seems like minions has actually gained something. And most other stuff has lost something. So that alone, just kind of like, you know, transferring the PoE 1 knowledge over and then deducting and adding. It seems like minions should just be very good. Steam accounts can't pre-download, yeah, at least not for now. Okay, melee. How meme do you want it to be? PoE 1 Flicker Strike. Oof. Yes. Hammer of the Gods Chronomancer. Yes. That is... I really want to see this in action, man, but it's gonna be fun. You even put the screenshots here. Now the interesting part is you actually have a chance to not consume a cooldown for your time snap as well, right? So not only for your Hammer of the Gods, sometimes you can just cast it again, but also you can get a time snap again. Very. Big Herald, Blaster, Invoker. Oh boy. And real build. What is your horoscope? Cancer, Flicker Stripe, and other skills that turn your skin into garbage. Invoker. Okay. Boomer, Totem, Wallbringer, does even count as melee. Zoomer, 18 button, 500 APM, one shot, Hammer of the God, combo, Titan. What the hell is that? You want to do real 2 shields. Yeah, I wonder if it's gonna be like a unique like that or something. They don't have like that functionality, I guess, as a standard functionality. But in Last Epoch, for example, there is like a unique axe that looks like a shield. So you actually have like dual wield shields, and it has like shield stats. Doomer login. Summon Shaula Monk, Chaos Damage Spring, and pray that is not shit. Okay. Where do you have to go? Ah, there's more. How mean do you want to be? No, here. What is your horoscope? Ah, here. Emo. Demon Form Infernalist, Low Life, Max Crit build. Oof. And Super Emo, Thorns Titan. Oh my god, is Thorns actually gonna be a thing? I know there's like some Thorns stuff, but I don't really believe in it. They can build actual trash. Oh boy. Did we do all the paths? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think this is gonna be kind of interesting here, actually. Spark, Firewall, some other stuff on Stormweaver. I think it's gonna be like a really solid, fun, just kind of works caster build. If you wanna do something like that. And it would feel pretty familiar. How long does the early access last? 6 to 12 months, they say. I feel attacked. I really wonder how good this Gemling Legionnaire is gonna be. And if I should do like a, you know, swap. Another fake Wudijo fan request. Uh-oh. Are those bots? I don't think it's bots actually. That's like some guy just like making accounts and like trying to scam people with my name. Second line on Eye of Winter. Wait. I haven't actually checked that out very much. It also has 12% base crit. That's pretty sick. Fires a single eye projectile which does not hit enemies. The eye constantly releases damaging shard projectiles in a spiral as it flies, plus an extra burst of shards at the end of the flight. If the eye passes over an elemental ground effect, it will take on that effect, applying it to nearby enemies and causing shards to deal more damage of the corresponding type. Yeah. Depends on like how much damage that is, I guess, right? But there's not many ways of making ground effects, I think, so far. Like I saw this on Invoker. Maybe there's like some other few things. Chilled ground. So Frostbolt does that. Does Frostbolt normally pierce? Imperi 1. Pierces all targets, so I suppose it does the same here. It actually says piercing projectile. Frozen Locust as a melee attack. Oh yeah, this is like the knee backwards and then the chill ground. And that's it. This is the chill ground here. These are the only two things. And funny enough, they are right next to each other. What about here? Support skills create chill ground for 4 seconds when they freeze an enemy. Okay, so I guess there's also this option. And that's it. See how cheesecake is? What about shock ground? Lightning warp. Oh my god, look out. Skeletal storm mage. Lightning bolts strike all fallen skeletons in the area, creating shock ground around them. Interesting. So I can actually just do a bunch of these mages and they do shock ground all the time. This is a burning ground, I guess. I wonder if you have like a way of doing this. Okay. Burning. No. Yeah, the stuff just doesn't exist, man. There's like so little things. Burning ground. There's nothing for burning ground. So there's like a few ways to get chilled ground and shock ground. But there are like 3 ways or so. At least some skills. There might be other stuff. And then there's Invoker. How's it work again? On freezing enemies, create chill grounds. Okay, 25% chance on shocking to create shock grounds. Yeah, something like that could be pretty good though. So you could play something like 1, 2, 4, 5. And it would probably be relatively good. And then like Eye of Winter, Monk or something. Monk is in a good position on a tree to also go into the spell stuff from the top. Good weakness, a huge synergy. Yeah, I guess we go 8. I'm not sure like how much of a problem resistance this will be. But yeah, Eye of Winter definitely looks promising. And this might actually be like a skill that could potentially just be like a one-button build, pretty much. Or close to it at least. Inflicts critical weakness on hit. Okay. Costs 76 mana though, that's a very mana hungry ability, to be honest. And has a 1.1 cast time. No avatar. Yeah, I mean, no one knows how good is the avatar, so... In PoE 1 it was very good, but I don't think it has the same numbers here. So we'll see, I guess. But if you have like this kind of like extra synergy with those ground effects that you do from the Eye of Winter, then I would definitely try to pick up both I Am the Blizzard and I Am the Thunder to get both ground effects. I mean, I guess you could leave out 2 and get 6 if you want, or you can leave out 2 and get 8. If you want to be more offensive and you feel like this doesn't do much, you have the physical damage reduction. But I expect 2 to be extremely powerful. Yeah, that's strong. The R is very good, for sure. Let's go all in on Hammerman, so we'll let you know how it plays out. Okay, Danger. 1-2 is a must for late game. Yeah, they seem nuts, man. Maybe early game you're just gonna pick like 4 and 5 and you're chilling. And shocking. And then maybe later respec them, go like 1, 2, 7, 8 or something. It's also doable. I mean, no idea about this elemental expression. This might also be kind of nice, but who knows? But it's already for melee. Need like melee crits. So I need something that you can build a lot of crits somehow. I mean, you are in the shadow area, which I guess has a lot of crit. It's a shame there's no armor synergy. PDR increased armor value a lot. Yeah, I mean, that alone is already really powerful, right? If the same applies that applies in PoE 1, where PDR gives you like this insane increase in like how good is armor, then yeah, you're gonna build a bunch of armor, a bunch of evasion, and you're gonna be giga tanky. These sentences released for which don't seem based on summoner. Yeah, they said somewhere that they don't want to make like a dedicated summoner ascendancy like it used to be in like PoE 1. So you have to kind of like use one of the others. And I mean, yeah, Infernalist, it does have the dog, which might be pretty good. Has a Blood Mage, and both of them are not really like summoner specific. So I guess that's like a fair complaint. Like it seems like he can't really continue onwards with the stuff that he started with, right? I mean, okay, I guess Infernus is not terrible. Because you get a doggy, and then you also have like Pyromantic Pact where you just like, for example, don't care about mana, which is also a pretty good upside, I think. But it also depends on like how much you're actually needing mana and how much you need to cast and stuff. As a summoner, I would imagine it's not gonna be that bad. But for example, you also have Seething Body, where you can buff all of your pets with 20% extra damage. Yeah, I guess this is definitely summoner viable at least. Paramedic Pact, Bring Out Flames, Thiefing Body, and the Dog, so you have like kind of like a 4 points of Ascendancy stuff. You ignore the Demon Form, you ignore all of the Resurrection stuff. I mean, you could also go like 1-3, for example, which is also summoner viable, I guess. Because more spirit means more minions. It's very boring PoE1 when X equals Y Ascendancy. I agree. I think I've done a really good job with the design of these. You know, even if like, you know, it might need tweaking with the numbers and stuff. I think the general idea behind most of the Ascendancies is very good. And there's like very little where I'd say you need to play this thing if you want to do that build. I mean, there are some cases like, you know, the Hammer of the Gods memes. Or, you know, certain Ascendancies just have like their own special thing. Like the you know, the Chronomancer or something like that, right? But it definitely looks like they've made it like a really hard choice, and this is what you want, right? It's not like, okay, I'm gonna play a Summoner, I will play Witch and then Necromancer, boom, done. So you can also play a Mercenary Summoner if you want. And it will be just fine. You're going to see some wild Ascendancy use cases, yeah. It's just so fun to think about the possibilities. Titan Warbringer, by the looks of it, is going to be heavy on tanking and other DPS. Yeah, both Titan and Warbringer look extremely good to me. I'm not sure which one of those I would like to start first when I play Warrior. They both just seem so fun. Here I just like Giga Chat slamming. And if you want, you can do the stun stuff. And here I just have like the, you know, insane armor break and then the Warcry stuff. I like that. If you want, you can do some totem stuff. Pre-nerf Warbringer shieldons were cracked. Did it change them? I don't remember seeing like other values of this. I hope someone does the chonk bow build. And then goes insane playing Pac-Man with the flames. Yeah, honestly, instead of like Deadeye or something, just go like Chayula Monk, yeah. Have I done some Fury crafting for the Witch? Yeah, I was thinking about the Fire Spellcaster Witch. But I think that would probably just become a Stormweaver now, instead of a Witch. So I'll build like a Sorceress. 50 block and the second one didn't have less block. Yeah, that seems very balanced. So what are you gonna end up with here? 40 and then... So we have 26 blocks, so you have to buy almost half. But then if you get like, for example, 100% increase from like a bunch of nodes on a tree, so you get back to like 50% block, I mean that's a lot of defense, to be fair. I think shields are gonna be relatively powerful defensively. How about Ranger Data, but playing with crossbow as mercenary? Not a bad idea. All the grenades benefit a lot from the +1 projectile, for example. So that's a really big upgrade. I mean, all grenades will at least have 2 projectiles anyway, because there's like a passive tree node that gives you +1. So you go from 2 to 3, and then they may or may not overlap. But I guess in most cases you can overlap a lot of them on the big targets. But yeah, definitely not bad to go Deadeye, I think, if you want to play crossbow. There's also like some cases where some of the projectiles kind of shoot as like a barrage instead of like a spread. So usually when you have multiple projectiles, it spreads out in like a cone. But there are some cases where it doesn't do that. Like we've seen this actually previewed in high velocity rounds. Now the problem with high velocity rounds is that it's only useful if you consume armor break, and you don't really want to use it otherwise. So you wouldn't really like want to have multiple projectiles with this, unless you play. That's an interesting thought. So what if we play Warbringer and we have like 3 projectiles on our high velocity rounds, where it's like shoot, consume armor break, the second shot hits, breaks the armor, and the third shot hits, consumes the armor break, or something like that. So that could be kind of funny. If you get to the point where a single shot can fully break the armor. Like, I kind of doubt that you can break armor with the hit that consumes armor break. That'd be weird. Some people are banking on that apparently with Thunder. But I don't think this is how it's gonna go. We'll see, I guess. But either way, you could actually think about playing a warrior. You go Warbringer, and then play with a crossbow. The fun part is actually you could actually just throw in an Infernal Cry if you want. And then you can go 8 and 9. Even though you don't really exert any abilities, you can just walk into a pack, Infernal Cry, shoot into the pack, and then, you know, chain react, boom, 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 boom. And if anything is left, you just walk right again, and then boom, 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 boom. Like, it just seems so nuts, man. Like, this Warbringer is just ridiculous. And then you have the armor break stuff here, so you have like Giga single target. You can actually just play around. You can run around with like high velocity rounds and the Infernal Cry, and this is literally your build. You don't need anything. That's it, man. You just single target it down with your sniper rifle. And everything just chain reacts. That could be funny. Almost a one-button build. 2 sounds more like Thunder. Yeah, no idea how 2 works exactly. I wonder if most will have more advanced skills to stop your casting skills or stun you at times. I mean, there's certainly like lots of like interesting monster abilities, but I'm not sure if they have like stuns and stuff. Thunder looks more and more scary every time I read it. Yeah, Thunder seems very powerful. Although it is very slow and it costs 40 mana baseline, which is, I guess, relatively high for a melee attack. $18, $9, $25, $11. And don't underestimate the mana cost. Wind Blast, 10 mana. I mean, okay, you have Mana Leech, I guess, which eventually will kind of take care of it. Since the physical build. Slams the ground, creating a wave of churning terrain that damages enemies in a sequence in areas in front of you. The number of enemies hit by the wave will release a shockwave, damaging other enemies. %, increased critical damage bonus. While dual wielding, both weapons hit with 30% less damage. Consumes fully broken armor to guarantee a critical hit. Yeah, it seems nutty, man. Warbringer with Thunder seems very nutty. Would shooting rapid fire into the bell apply to increased damage to broken armor? I have no idea how the bell works. I haven't been able to play with it. I would imagine that the bell only transfers the damage it takes at like a certain value to everything around it or something like that. So you actually have to probably break the armor of the bell and hit the bell, and then that transfers over to everything. Or maybe, you know, this doesn't matter. You know, maybe it matters what is on the enemy and not the bell. You think the crossbow data would overperform pure Witch Hunter? I guess that will depend on the exact combo of skills you use. If your setup is like extremely grenade based, I would say Deadeye is a very good choice. And if you also want to use like more like actual crossbow abilities, then maybe Mercenary is a bit better or so. Yeah, Thunder seems kind of nutty, man. It's gonna get nerfed very soon, I think. 40 mana though. 237 attack damage. And then this crit thing, guaranteed crit. Like, if this can proc its own armor break with number 1 here, like it consumes the armor break, it breaks the armor, it can, like in the same hit. If that's how it works, then it's gonna be completely busted. But even if you only get like the armor break on every second attack, it's pretty strong, man. I think this is just gonna be kind of crazy. Wonder how quickly the nerfs to overperforming skills will be. Yeah, I think relatively fast. At least like some of the like really crazy stuff I imagine they're gonna fix pretty soon. Just to make sure that people don't get too used to like super OP builds and metas. And it has aftershocks. True. And shockwaves. Cause shockwaves from up to 5 enemies. Yeah, that's like a kind of like a one button thing, right? You just need this. You don't need anything else. I mean, it's a slow attack. You need like 2 seconds just to do this once. It's like... Where's a perfect strike? At least in the moment you fully charge, we'll need some wave of fire. I wonder how good this is. No idea what this wave of fire does or anything. Snipe seems very nice, which is like the bow equivalent of this. Perfect strike, I have no idea. Yeah, well, Larson, thank you. Guys, the giveaway is not open yet. I'll open it in like 10 minutes. Puncture. Huntress login. I like this random Twitch emote here in the tooltip. I think there's like some extension here. Will there be mounts? Yeah, there's a roller mount. Is it actually in the game? I'm not sure if it's gonna be in the game yet. But we'll see, I guess. It's for bow users. They can use mounts. Spiral volley. I wonder what this looks like. Loads your bow with a volley of enchanted arrows and fires them in a circle as you spin forward. So it's like a step forward and you shoot like once around you in 360 degree or something, I imagine, or so. It sounds kind of interesting. So this, if you're like doing like some mapping, like farming builds, this could be pretty nutty, I guess. If you just kind of like jump forward like this or run forward. Has pretty high number, 288 attack damage. Dude, I think Ranger is gonna be low-key pretty strong. Basically 4 evade build. Yeah, not quite, but I guess it gets close. I don't think that's actually gonna be like a very fast, like, you know, way to move. Running is probably still faster. But you do move while attacking, and if you just like one-shot everything around you and then run to the next pack and do it again, sounds pretty nice. Solar Orb, I wanted to check that one again. Because if I want to play Flame Blast, Solar Orb is very, very good as well. It lasts 10 seconds, that's actually pretty long. Hitting a shocked enemy will consume the shock to charge the arrow, causing it to release damaging shockwave and split beams towards up to 2 nearby targets, prioritizing ones which are shocked. So the beam hits a shock target, will release another damaging shockwave and can continue to chain. Cords 20 to lightning, cannot chain, arrows always pierce or flying towards a shocked enemy. Seems kind of cracked. This whole shock chain thing. I played a little bit with a ranger, but I think this was like a high level skill I didn't have. You forward into the air and fire downward, hitting an enemy with attach an electrocuting rod, causing all incoming damage to apply electrocution. The rod is removed and the enemy is next electrocuted. Oh, that's interesting. The freezing salvo. Didn't know that existed. That seems very fun, actually. So it's a bit like reverse Ember Fusillade, where it just like passively accumulates and you press it and then kapow. It's like Unleash, kind of. I like Unleash a lot. Converts 80 to cold. 50% more build freeze up. Okay. Gas arrow. So the lightning rod, any chain in lightning beams can chain to it. When chained to the arrows, release another lightning burst. So it's like one burst on impact, and every time that it chains. So if you have like something that like chains a lot, like the shock arrow that we just saw. Yo, Genjo, what's up? Why all this hype for Warrior Spec Ascendancy? Because both of them look pretty OP, and that's why. $16 bow skills right now. I wonder if there's like more in early access that we don't have in the database yet. Are there like any other like skill gems revealed and stuff lately? No. Last news were here. Yeah, I'll open the giveaway now. 1 second. Let's do it. I've been kind of looking through some of the skill gems. I'm not sure yet what I will do as my second character. I think I'm pretty locked in on the Mercenary as my first now. But you know. Good to kind of see what's out there. Alright. The thing is up, you know the drill. For the YouTube folks, you have to come to my Twitch chat. I'm gonna link it here. Like this. It's a PC key, by the way, not console. That's important. What keys is the game not free? It's not free yet. They're doing early access with a paid $30 buy-in. It will be free when it's fully ready, basically. Debating Deadeye or Gemling for the first build. I want to see Deadeye one more time, actually. And I'm thinking about, maybe I will not do Mercenary, maybe I'll do Deadeye. It might not be a bad idea. I can play just the same build as a Deadeye if I want. So the frenzy charge stuff won't help us. Now Eagle Eyes, how good is that? I have no idea how good Eagle Eyes is. I imagine it's actually relatively good. But it's hard to tell. We have 4B with far shot, I guess. But I also don't know how big is 3.5 meters. Does anyone know? Do we have like a distance shard or something like that? Can we like see this somewhere? Distance. I know there's like this thing here somewhere. So this means 5 meters is very, very tiny actually. And 10 is still very tiny. If that is the same. The entire screen is like 150 across. If it is the same. Which means that almost everything is gonna be far, basically, right? Far shot is the way. Unless you're like actually shotgunning right into their face. So I go far shot. And then the additional projectile. Then we have the additional mark, we have the tailwind. Less damage taken per tailwind. It could be interesting to go 4, 5, 7, 8. Maybe don't care about the Eagle Eye stuff. Yeah, it kind of feels bad to use endless munitions on like some skills that already have like 10 projectiles. Like some of these crossbow skills that I want to use, they actually just fire 10 projectiles. Although, maybe I don't stick to that. There's like some lightning crossbow shots as well. Galvanic shards. There's a crossbow with a clip of charge bolts of fire and bursts. Releasing chaining lightning beams when they hit enemies. Yeah, hard to say really. It might be great though, having the boss on projectile. Projectiles just seem like really hard to get. Would extra projectiles be 11 or would it double? Well, I would expect it would be 11 if you're talking about, let's say, incendiary rounds. Incendiary shot, is it this one? No, it's a crossbow with flaming bolts that fire in a burst, damaging and igniting enemies on hit. It says fires 10 bolts per burst, but I'm pretty sure this means if you have extra projectiles, it's going to become 11 bolts and not 20. That'd be very surprising, I think. This could also like kind of scale out of control really fast, I think, in some ways. Multiple bolts from one burst can hit the same target. I wonder if it's gonna look very weird if you link this to something like volley. I'm gonna try it just for fun. Let's see what happens when I link volley to incendiary shot. Actually, that reminds me now. I want to check something. What about multiple projectiles? Okay, it doesn't say anything special here. I was thinking if multiple projectiles specifically calls out, like, you know, shooting in a cone. But it doesn't. So just small projectiles just like spreads them out depending on the skill used. I wonder if like volley is like significantly worse, because multiple projectiles has 20% less damage and 20% less attack speed. And volley doesn't have one of those penalties. It's just, there's only one. And multiple projectiles has 2 penalties. Here there's this and this. Which, like, you know, the attack speed, for example, is not so relevant. If it puts on like a grenade skill that has like a long cooldown, then it's kind of like whatever. 10% less damage, okay, but you do have the overlap. I wonder right now if Titan is just that good that he's just gonna use it on like any build possible. What if I play a Titan with a crossbow? Just get hulking form, man. 50% small passives. 15% more life. %% more armor for equipped body armor. It's not bad either. There might be some really good endgame pieces where you just have a giga armor on your chest piece or something. And then number 1 is actually pretty good, I think. For example, Brass Dome in PoE 1 used to be like one of those cases for like Juggernaut. This used to be like something similar on Juggernaut, I think, in PoE 1. Where you get like double armor from your chest piece or something, and people would just have insane amounts of armor from that. I think this can be pretty good later. Yeah, I have to kind of decide. Do I play the Shayuda Monk? Do I play the Witch Hunter? Do I play some Warrior and then just equip a crossbow? Warbringer, Armor Break, Crossbow Main, Armor Piercing rounds, etc. Well, you would specifically avoid armor piercing rounds. What you want to do is you want to not use a skill that breaks armor because your Ascendancy does it for you. And I think that's actually a really big advantage. Like, this will scale to the point where it probably just like instantly fully break the armor on enemies all the time, giving you like a nice extra damage bonus. Then you use like this negative armor for a while, and then you follow off with the high velocity rounds to consume the armor break and do like big damn. So I think that could be very good. It's kind of tempting to go Warbringer. here. Yeah, I was thinking about it. 1, 2, 8, 9. So you do armor break and war cries. I wanna see Infernal Cry. It costs 16 mana. Performs a war cry, taunting nearby enemies to attack the user and empower subsequent attacks. So we don't care about the empowering. Empowered attacks gain 25% of damage as fire damage per 5 power of enemies in range up to 100. And I think if there's, for example, it's actually very good, to be honest. That's really nice. This actually is really good. I think a unique enemy is 25 power, so you always get 100% of damage as extra fire. Right? Oh, we should pull the winner, by the way. Let me do that. Gonna give 20 more seconds. Then we're gonna set up the next one, so... One more key today in 57 minutes, guys. And... ding. Alright, draw winner. 01 streamer. Are you here? Congratulations. You have one more later. Let me try to find the key. I'm gonna DM you here on Twitch. Enjoy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep emote only chat for a second, guys, because else it's gonna be a disaster. People keep spamming. Where were we? We're talking about warrior with a crossbow, right? It is very tempting, man. It is very tempting. Either way, I gotta say. I wanted to check out how a unique power works. Power? Is that a thing? Monster power? Here it is. War cries are enhanced proportionally to the power of nearby enemies, calculated at the time they're used. Normal monsters count as 1, magic as 2, rare as 10, unique as 20. Yeah. So this means for a war cry, yeah, that's actually really strong, dude. These war cries. So when there's a boss nearby, you always get the 100% full bonus on the Infernal Cry. Which other war cry do we have? There's not that many war cries. Seismic Cry. Performs a war cry, taunting and knocking enemies. If a heavy stun enemy has hit, it next time does an additional aftershock. Oh my god, dude. %4 more stun build-up. Let's ignore monster enemy physical damage reduction. Dude, this stuff seems so insane, man. Like, you get the boss stunned that you do like easily anyway as a Titan, for example. Then you cry, and you just like giga slam him with your thunder. Hits ignore enemy monster physical damage reduction. Exerts additional attack per endurance charge. Oh shit. Yo. Did you get my DM, by the way? I messaged you. Thanks for the 5 subs, everyone. Appreciate that. But yeah, Warcry and pull out the crossbow. Yeah, the thing is, Warcries only exert melee attacks. So they don't exert your crossbow attack, so that's a bit sad. So the main reason why I want to do this stuff with the Warcries is because of Infernal Cry. I'm not crying, I'm shouting. It's a manly cry, indeed. There's also Ferocious Roar, but this doesn't exist yet. Triggers targeted Warcry skills. Alright, enjoy, everyone. Thanks for the subs. What would it go on Witch Hunter Ascendancy for grenade build? I'm planning to do the explosions first. Yo, thank you, Kim. Appreciate that. Yeah, so for Witch Hunter, I will go probably explosions first. This is number 8. And then I think 2 Frey. And then probably lastly number 6 for the sorcery ward. But yeah, we'll see. I'll definitely have to like somehow invest into like physical damage reduction and stuff. You're gonna have like, you know, this sorcery ward for elemental damage, which is nice. But yeah, 50% less armor evasion is kind of nuts. A muffled tweet. Uh-oh. Probably monk with no plan. Yes, cosplay. Live 2 hours before start. 11 inches. Okay. Nice. Yeah, Muffle always does funny cosplays on the league starts. Rex might like PoE 1 and game more. What's that?
It hits the whole screen. It kills everything. I want to throw a lightning bolt. It hits the whole screen. It kills everything. And it auto triggers something that I don't have to aim that shits on everything. That's what I like to make. If I got to aim one thing, I'm out.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Nice clip name, by the way. Red hoodie. Why does he have a red hoodie? What happened there? He's out, huh? Yeah, back to D4. I mean, what do you expect? Shiny racks. The red hoodie does look cool, though. Some fun thing. Okay. Foil racks. Yeah, I like the red hoodie. Man, should I play a monk with crossbow, guys? How much damage is this? It's like roughly 7%, and then a bit less than that, and then a bit less than that. So like 7, 6.5, 6 or something. So if you count this all together, it's actually like 20, 21% DPS reality rending. Like that node alone is actually stronger than most other nodes. It's kind of funny. Number 4. You can just pick this and boom, like over 20% more damage. Problem is, it's like not really in a good position for a crossbow character. It'll take a while to get stuff that I actually care about. The 2 crossbow skills we haven't seen gems for. Ah, this was on a teaser, right? Yeah, that's like an active good thing, and there's this, bam, the railgun. It seems channeled actually, right? He's channeling it, no? Look. This might actually be something like the snipe, basically, right? Bam. Looks cool, to be honest. I'm probably playing Merc for 4 days straight with a bit of maybe Sorg, maybe Witch, maybe Monk, maybe Warrior. Yeah, so maybe... Like, I was very hyped about Snipe. Does Snipe actually pierce, I wonder? I guess it should be like a pierce. But I'm not sure if it does that. Actually, it doesn't seem so. It just does an explosion. But anyway, this pierces, so it could also be pretty cool, actually. So maybe I'll, like, later on invest in this stuff. So there's like some electrocute grenade. It's also kind of comparable to like the stun grenade, I guess, or what is it, a flash grenade? And then he channels it, and then bam. It is pretty cool. Maybe I just have to go gemling, man. Maybe I don't do Witch Hunter, I'll do gemling. Just so I can have all the grenades. You know? All the grenades. But more explosions, man. Can we Gamba my start? Well, I'll probably start on hardcore, so we can Gamba, like, how far will I get, for example? We can make some Gambas for, like, you know, will we kill, let's say, the first 3 bosses and the next 3 bosses, or something like that. Did the screen just go black for you guys? Or was it just my screen? I'm playing Gamba Mancer. Yeah, I'm gonna go hardcore just, you know, until we die, basically, and then softcore until we have done everything, and then I might try, like, a hardcore playthrough round 2. I have too many of these things open here. Do we have the cluster grenade tooltip here? Yes. Throwing out a nova of small grenades that also explode after further duration. Yeah, cluster grenade seems to be like the most powerful one, basically. It seems very good for like boss bursts and stuff. So maybe eventually this actually gonna be what I will link like my multiple projectiles to and stuff. Just get more cluster grenade. Giga Dam. Storm Blast bolts. And there's like, I'm not sure what it's called, but it looks like a sniper ability basically for crossbows. Okay, it has another small tooltip. Yeah, there's like many tooltips that we have like multiple like pages and we can't see them here. So there's like, you know, some extra thing you can click basically to see them. Yeah, link the example for crossbow. I actually have the least information about items, I gotta say. I've been looking at so much stuff here, especially like the skills, the tree and everything, to kind of like learn about the game, but the items I knew very little about, to be honest. Like this stuff here that has nothing in terms of like mods or what you can roll, and you know, we can kind of see a little bit like, okay, the base types, but that's about it, right? So what is PoE keys exactly? This is for the early access that's paid until the game is fully launched. I wonder if this is real. This is probably not real, right? Grand Several X Fireball. Fireball is actually just a skill gem, so I would be surprised to see this as like an item in the game. This is probably like a very old items mixed together with like newer stuff. So I have no idea what to expect, like what is actually like an up-to-date type here and what is not. But at least you can see a little bit, okay, level requirement, start requirement, what are the damage values? Very low, to be honest. Look at this, 12 to 47 is like the base value. Daggers don't currently exist. Breach ring. This is also something that I don't think is like a thing anymore. What's that? Perfect set 2 rare crossbow. Okay, let's see this. Bombard crossbow. Grenade skills, fire initial projectile. Login. So this looks like it has a hybrid mod. So there seems to be similar hybrid mods to like what existed in PoE 1, right? Increase physical damage and accuracy together. +4 to level of all projectile skills. Dex, increase attack speed. So this only has 5 mods actually. It's missing an Exalt. Reload time. Oh, wait a minute. There's actually a stat. Reload time. Interesting. So there's probably gonna be like affixes on crossbows that actually make the reload time faster. For some reason it's blue. I'm not sure from what though. Yeah, that's a pretty big bow. How long do you expect the story to be for good PoE 1 players? And do I go for a speedrun? Yeah, I will try to pretty much speedrun the first time around, just to kind of like see everything once, you know. How long will the story be? I mean, if you're talking about Act 3, I guess people will probably get there in like sub 10 hours. If you're talking about like 6, probably like 18, 15. Maybe the really fast people like 12. Attack speed changes window term. There could be 70% increase attack speed. So if you say I'll wait the other way around, I guess. I'm not sure. Maybe it makes it faster, basically. Could be. Or maybe there's something else that affects real time, but it's blue on the weapon, right? So it wouldn't be blue here if it came from somewhere else. But yeah, maybe the attack speed does it. Doesn't weapon quality increase the blue numbers? Well, there's no quality on this crossbow though. And I think it should probably just be the physical damage. At least in PoE 1 it used to be just the physical damage. But I guess it's not necessarily true. Wait. Yeah, so it specifically calls out martial weapon. And here we have improved quality of a wand, scepter, or staff. Arcanist Etcher. So you can apply quality even to scepters, and scepters just have literally nothing besides spirit, for example. They have no damage. Or wands and staffs, they have no damage. So yeah, who knows. But it seems like a very good item. And interestingly, it seems like the level requirement did not go up. It's still a 33, and I think that's exactly what we just saw here. Bombard crossbow, level 33, look. So for some reason the level requirement did not rise, despite having all these relatively good looking stats. 28 to 110. Probably a passive retrieve reduced the reload time, but it shouldn't be blue on the weapon, you know? The weapon is its own thing, it has nothing to do with the skill tree or something. Interesting. I wonder if this is real. Strike skills deal splash damage to surrounding targets. Just like that on a 200 mace. Ah. The Dalian crossbow, grand skill power shot. And it's probably not the one we saw though, right? What was the name? It was named something else. I wonder if that is real. 89, 89. Greater life flask, 150 life over 4 seconds. Actually, I want to see the other life flask. Oh, this is it. Don't have more, okay. See, no reload speed. I mean, this is not like official data here, this is just like fan-made. And it's not data mined either. So they don't have all the info. I'm just trying to get a general picture. Like for example, how much armor motivation can we actually expect later on like higher bases with like some mods, right? If you like have like, let's say, some level 60 base from like end maps and stuff, and then how much armor will it have? What is gonna be good? I guess in general, like the value is gonna be slightly lower than before. Crossbow doesn't get quivers, yes. Icicle flail. Cold damage, interesting. Yo, Iron Ring, log in. They're gonna be super nice if we find them. Download is like Steam is gonna be sometime tomorrow. Standalone client is like in a few hours, I think. Wait a minute. Rapid shot. Isn't that like ability? Yeah, there's actually a shot, like an ability here. So this has become like it's a skill gem. It's the heat thing. Using the skill again reloads the clip. Can fire 70 bolts before reloading. Maximum 11 heat. 1 to 2 added fire damage per heat. And this is at level 5. Seems like the heat actually builds up pretty fast and then... requires 7 heat of fire bolts. Actually, kind of a good combo, man. Rapid shot, cluster grenade. You do the heat stuff. It's gonna be some pretty big burst there, I think. So way to filter gems by class. Yeah, the best way I found at least is you just type like, requires, crossbow, for example. Doesn't work that well for like spells and stuff, but at least for most of the attacks, you kind of filter them. Key giveaway in 30 minutes. Just be here and then type the command. Not yet, guys. Remember those items literally give you the skill, so it's not necessarily becoming a gem. The skill is a gem. I mean, it could very well be that there are some of these base types that also give you the skill, so you have like an additional skill, right? It's basically like one extra slot in your skill tab. But this looks like very outdated. This might be like from like way back then, when they showed off the first items or something, and they just put it into the database here. I'm pretty sure this stuff is outdated, for example, because now it's actually a skill. Flash charges gained, okay. Wow. Let's see, it's broken. Pearl ring, 9% cast speed. $15 spirit on an amulet and base. That's not bad. Discipline aura. Guys, we need some emotes. Time lost emerald, radius small to large. So these are the jewels. So are these basically like the successors to the timeless jewels, basically, with the radius, but you can put them anywhere? Interesting, actually. I wonder if like they can roll certain mods only if they have a certain radius. So it's like probably like small, medium, large or something. Maybe they all have their individual mod pools, actually. Because else large will just be better in most cases, no matter what, I guess. Crushes enemies on hit. I think Crush doesn't even exist. I've not seen anything with Crush. Is that a thing? Yeah, not really. So far, at least. Look at this. Ultimate Mana Flask. 310 mana over 3 seconds. Consumes 10 of 55 charges on use. Requires level 60. Do you have any more items? No, okay. Hello, Skinny. Titan has Crushing Blow. Yeah, that's not the same. Crush is like a mechanic from PoE 1 that basically makes you ignore part of the physical damage reduction of monsters. And Crushing Blows is something else, yeah. Crushing Blow is like a stun mechanic with the Titan. So basically you get your stuns more easily, so you can like stagger bosses faster and stuff like that. So you only need like basically 80% of the stun build up, and then you can do a heavy stun already, which is kind of nice. Yeah. All the crossbow skills in game we don't have info for. Let's see actually. Plasma Blast, is that the one that we saw, the channeled one? Shock burst rounds. Emergency reload. Interesting. Dude, looking at all this, man, I'm like, fuck, I definitely have to play Gemling Legionnaire, right? Wait, how many grenades is this actually? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's like 5 grenade types already. Hailstorm rounds. Okay, so it's probably, this looks like they're coming up from, like down from the sky. Probably some cold thing. But there's also siege cascades, so who knows what's the difference here. They have kind of the same symbol. Storm blast as well. They all look the same. There's artillery ballista actually, so it does exist here. So I wonder if that's actually gonna be in the game in early access or not. I have no idea. So maybe they are here and they know what it's gonna be, but they didn't finish them. Rip wire ballista. Yeah, actually I realized I get a lot of the like this doesn't even have like the #1 here. That's missing #1. There's a few more skills up top here. So these are probably the incendiary rounds. They're here. But the cold one I think is here at the top. And probably like 1 or 2 more. For example, explosive grenade is missing, I think. I think explosive grenade must be like up there. Interesting. Explosive shot. Okay, that's the one that makes your grenades go boom, right? Voltaic grenade. So you have flash grenade for the stun, and then you have voltaic grenade. There's so many grenade types. Yeah, I guess we'll see what these ballistas do. Maybe I'm gonna log in and start blasting, and then by, I think by Act 2 at some point I get the Ascendancy, right? And then I can still choose if I'm gonna go Gemling, or if I'm gonna stick to the Witch Hunter. Like, maybe I realized that, you know, having these ballistas is just like really nice. I'm just gonna go that route, and then we have like 3 extra skills. If I feel like I will need those skill slots, I will probably do that. Yeah, number 4 is 4 skills, and then you can use 2 of the same support gem. I mean, this is also, these 2 things are really good, man. You can have 2 grenades linked with volley, you can have 2 grenades linked with LMP. Kinda nutty. And then you can still do like 1 and 2, like quality and level. I wonder if the +1 to level of all skills is actually really good, but I guess we'll see. But maybe instead of the +1 to level of all skills, you just do this here. Attribute requirements can be satisfied by the highest attribute. And then you just like giga stack like strength and a bit of dex. And you're chilling. And if the quality stuff doesn't turn out well, then just do like 7 and 8. 5, 6, 8, 9. But you can't do 5, 6 without 4. They need 4. Looking for a less clicking build for PoE. Yeah, probably try minions. How many skill slots do we have? I mean on the buttons. I guess it's like left click, right click, and then like 4 below, right? Or 5. So here's some of my gameplay. Yeah, it's actually 1, 2, 3, and then 5. And then you still have like the second action bar, right? Where you change the bottom ones. So in total you have 13 if you don't have left click. Okay. And some of them will be auras and triggers. So that's kind of fine. And middle mouse button. I mean, middle mouse button is very uncomfortable, I gotta say. But since I probably won't be using force move on my mouse wheel like I do in Diablo, for example, I'll probably have like a left click force move, basically. And I could actually use my mouse wheel up and mouse wheel down for certain skills as well. So this might be worth considering. Because the thing is, when you do WSD, you don't actually have that much room to press buttons with your fingers while moving. So I probably have to use my mouse buttons a lot more. Like I might actually like, assign like some of my side buttons here to like certain skills as well. So I can do like WSD and then like press this, and then I have like 3 side buttons here on my mouse, for example. So I might actually put something there. I wonder if I can combine, for example, control plus mouse side button into one thing. You need some food battles. Oh boy. Oh god. Is that real? I guess we'll see. It might be a relatively good idea, actually. Monka steer. Use WSD, QER, TFD, and use mouse click to move when you need to. Just like, wow. Yeah, mouse click to move. I'm not sure if it's gonna be like that easy to like swap on the fly. Actually, when I played here, I couldn't even swap between the two, but I think that has since been changed. So I think you can click even though you have WSD enabled. But here I had to choose one input type. And for example, when I chose WSD, I could not also click to move. For the entire session, basically. But I think this has changed now. And use Q, E, 2, 3, mouse 4, mouse 5, and scroll wheel with WSD. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of buttons there on the mouse, right? Scroll wheel up, scroll wheel down. And then I have like 2 side buttons. 3 side buttons actually, but one is kind of like far. So... But yeah, depending on like, you know, how often I have to use those skills for like these... Like, for example, I'm thinking about how would I play a ranger? And a ranger will play very differently from the mercenary. Because mercenaries is like instant, you know, firing. And ranger has this, you know, you move and you aim and you have to like draw the bow. Or you have to like, you know, actually charge up the snipe, right? So... You have to be like mindful about this stuff. Or like when I play a caster, for example, right? I will have something like Flame Blast that I have to channel for like 3 seconds while moving. And if I have that on, you know, on like one button that I need to do with my left hand while I do WSD, I just straight up can't do that. Like I don't have enough fingers for this. Using WSD and QWERTY as skills, and move and skill will feel weird. Yeah, basically what would be kind of nice if I, like similar to WoW, we could actually do like left click, right click together to walk. But then like how would that work exactly? But in WoW I did that sometimes where I did like WSD movement, and sometimes when I have to like press a lot of stuff, I'll just use my mouse to move. But not clicking somewhere, but actually like, you know, just like hold down both buttons to walk straight, for example. Was it expensive to respec a skill? I did not actually try respecing very much, since I only got like a few little ups or something, you know, I just put like some stuff in and that was it. So... But it's relatively cheap, I think, to respec early on. Yeah, I'm playing in VLC Media Player, guys. The game is called PoE 2 Gamescom Monk and Mercenary .mp4. Pretty good game. Me trying to understand what abilities I have. Okay, how many skills are there in the panel actually? It seems like you just have a lot of skill slots. It's not like little base or something, so 1, 2, 3 are empty. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have 8 skills in total right now. Is that the maximum? I think in the skill planner I had 9. So maybe you do get more over time. Nine in total. But does 9 include the default attack? Or without it? I wonder how many builds we're gonna end up having that actually use default attack, unironically. Even in the late game. If that's gonna be a thing at all, but probably not. Yeah, so it's default plus 9, I guess. Ah, here comes the executioner, guys. Spacebar for rolling. Yep. I also use spacebar for rolling. It's pretty natural, I think. But the problem is it's hard to do anything else with your thumb. And be precise and, you know, time stuff. Like, I have trouble pressing buttons with my thumb that are not space. So I was thinking about actually potentially doing like WSD and then use my thumb on some abilities. But I think that's gonna be very clunky. It's weird seeing executioner from this angle. Yeah, I think everything can be like, you know, rotated. Almost stuff. It's not gonna be a thing already in Act 1 to do default attack. When I played Warrior, I did a lot of default attack though, because I just didn't have mana. I wouldn't underestimate the mana cost of skills. Like when these boss fights actually last 2 minutes plus each, you just run out of mana, even with your flask. You have to do default attack in some cases. I think here I was actually not playing WSD. Look, I'm clicking. I'm moving my mouse over there to walk backwards. This was super scuffed, man. Yeah. Because here I couldn't, like, this is what I explained earlier. Like, I had to choose one way of inputting. So I could do either WSD or click. And here I had actually a click to move. And it was super scuffed, man, on Mercenary. Did you find any items of 1 to 3 mana on hits? I'm not sure if mana on hit exists. Right now I would not expect that to exist, but maybe it does. Maybe for attacks at least. I could see that being a thing. There's like physical mana leech for attacks and physical life leech for attacks. And we might actually see some mana or life gain on hits as well. Good luck tomorrow, Prodigy. Boss is like 0.2% HP. Throw 6 grenades, let's go. Uncut support gem, login. Which streamers are starting Merc? I think Havoc is starting Merc. I am... not sure who else, but I remember Havoc. MP. Is there actually any way to distinguish? I have like a little Roman numeral. Level 4, level 5. Here we have the first line, but look here, a lot of stuff was actually hidden back then, unknown, and so on. And they also added more here. This is like 2, 2, 2, 2, and this was actually now 3, 3, 3, 3, and so on. But yeah, explosive grenade launch is actually very early. Fragmentation rounds, armor piercing rounds, permafrost. What is a fragmentation again? It's not the same as the incendiary. Wait. Bolts that hit a frozen enemy or ice crystal consume the freeze and shatter. Okay, it's like the cold shotgun basically, the fragmentation. Consumes freeze on enemies to deal 300% more damage. I wonder if I can use that for something interesting as well. If I can like somehow include some way of like, you know, chilling ground or something. Like imagine you play like an Invoker, for example, and you just like apply chilling ground all the time and stuff just kind of casually freezes. And then you do fragmentation rounds, kapow. It also sounds kind of nice. 50% attack damage, and you can hit the same target with 10 bolts. That's 500%. And then consumes freeze, so you do 300% more. It's 2000%. That's a lot. It's more than the Hammer of the Gods. Chat police are here. Okay, I see we are almost at the full hour, so I'm setting it up. Alright. It's on. Is this supporter pack through Epic Games legit? Seeing a lot of people having problems. I'm not using the Epic Games launcher. Okay, I opened the giveaway, guys. So it's counting now. Exclamation mark ticket space 1, same as before. I will pull in 8 minutes. So for YouTube, come to the chat on Twitch and then type this. Doesn't work on YouTube on chat, unfortunately. Is it playing? Yeah, I'm just reading through some of the abilities here. I'm like, huh? What is this? Rapid shot? I was like trying to understand heat. She's like sitting there. Ice shards. Support gem capacity. Strength 2 out of 6, Dex 2 out of 7, Int 1 out of 1. I'm not sure what this means here. Dude, I'm doing such terrible choices right now in this clip. So interesting, what are the options here actually for like the early supports? Ended lightning, poison chance, pin. I wanna see that actually. Gain 50% of damage with extra lightning, deal 50% less cold and fire. Second wind, 50% less cooldown recovery rate, twice as many uses. I was like, yikes. More stun build-up. There's Chain on the armor piercing rounds. Brutality is more physical. No chaos, no elemental, okay. This could actually be kind of interesting to have like Chain. They removed Chain from Deadeye, unfortunately. That was always kind of cool. Having the free Chain on Deadeye was really nice, but I think it's like too powerful all by itself if they don't give it like a penalty. 30% increase ignite duration on enemies. We can go forward a bit. What did I choose in the end? I wonder. I actually went Chain, armor piercing rounds. It's just kind of funny. Which is probably something I never used for anything in this playthrough. One transmutation shard, login. Take them well. It's funny watching myself play right now. Where do I go now? Ah. Iron Mainer. Well, I actually didn't do the side quest there. The loot. But I was like, fuck it. We just go. Yeah, this is from Gamescom. Yeah, this is like 3 months old footage when I played at Gamescom. Actually, I just realized I need to find like another position for my camera, right? For PoE, I need to make like a scene for OBS. What did I do? I actually do have a PoE scene somewhere. Do I? So we have this, yeah. Would that work? I guess I have to adjust this a little bit. While we add it, let's do this actually so I'm prepared for tomorrow. So we see the XP bar, that's fine. I'm gonna ignore the text now, it's fine. So... I guess you could do something like this here. We go maybe a little bit smaller for this. How's that? I could even like move the camera a little bit further to the right, but the question is, do I want to? It's like right next to the skills basically, and then here we can still see the bar. So bring it like as far down as possible, like this maybe. How's this? Speaking of, we also have I think this will be okay, right? There's another thing I actually have to adjust before I forget that, which is like my YouTube recording, basically, scene. Yeah, so it's gonna be kind of clunky. Okay, we should be fine like this. I hope they didn't change the interface so much. I guess we'll find out. Alright, it's time to pull the winner, guys. I'm gonna go 20 more seconds. Last chance. Ten. 5. 3. 2. 1. Boom. Okay, here we go. And that doesn't seem like a bot. Alexander with like 20 underscores. Okay. That was the last key for the day, guys, by the way. Let me copy paste this. First of all, let's ask if this is real. Oh my god. You guys won't believe how many Alexanders there are that look like this. This is actually insane. Look. Look at this. What the fuck? I copy pasted it, so I have the right one, but it's kind of funny. Ah, look, he's there. Yep. 1 second. Okay, I send you a DM. Okay, check your Twitch DMs. You have to redeem this on the official Path of Exile Early Access website. You have to check it out. Alright. Wait, what was the thing? No, it's actually not a bot. Who was here? He was typing in chat. Okay, I'm gonna have more tomorrow, guys. I still have some left. I also got a few from some viewers earlier, so I'll be giving away more keys tomorrow. I don't think it's a guy with bots, guys. He just has a shitty name. GG, but maybe get a new nick. Thanks, you can't answer in PM. Okay. Well, enjoy. Good luck.
This place is right fancy. Gold is wasted on the rich.
This clip is about to end, actually. So you see the timer here? Actually, you don't, because of the cam. But basically here, it ticks down. So basically on the Gamescom client, when I played, there was like a timer. I think I had like 45 minutes to play. Also have to stop this. I have to remove my... Okay, tomorrow I guess I will have to do this differently, at least like after we start playing. If I still have keys left after I start playing the game, I will find another way of giving them away. I guess I might just do something like randomly paste them in chat at some points or something. And then first come, first serve. Like one thing about Mercenary that I just realized, or like playing with crossbow in general, is just like you actually have very high speed. Because you can kind of attack while moving and you never really slow down like, you know, other classes when they attack or when they cast spells or something. You don't really lose out on anything. It's only like a tiny moment when you like shoot it. But most of the time you just go for full speed. You have one more, I will likely give it away tomorrow. Okay. Or if you want, you can also just do it here, Wonkas. If username wudijo is taken tomorrow, which name will I go with? I'll probably do it wudijo __ dot_. I guess a timer. F. And here we're doing monk. So here I did WSD. I don't know if you've seen this. What is that?
Hi.
Memes of Exile 2. Uh-oh. Oh, wait a minute. That sounds like something we need to watch. Hi. No, I did not send anyone friend requests on Discord, by the way.
I'm game director on Jonathan Rogers. The Count doles out sentences of...
Okay, good start.
Hi, I'm game director on Jonathan Rogers. The Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. You're fired. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell.
La boule. Gong.
In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her.
Oi! No fighting. No fucking fighting. No fighting. No fucking fighting! Good. Get the fucking...
Hey there, brother. Do you have time to talk about Jesus Christ today? Oh, you're dead? Oh, okay. Well, you have yourself a blessed day.
Okay, you too.
You mother...
Let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree.
First time.
You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different.
Leave the girl alone. I am. I'm going to kill you. I see. Two can play at that game.
Now, we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right?
After all, why not? Why shouldn't I keep it?
Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable.
Listen, I'll give you 35. 35.
Hi, I'm game director on Mark Roberts. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and
Oh
they
my
have
God,
a
dude.
lot of varied and interesting abilities.
Great practical joke, Jim. Got me go to the annex.
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind.
We'd
Oh my
really
God.
like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened.
I said give it back now. Noah!
Larry, what the hell are you doing?
Righto, what's going on here?
Oh, sir, I'm arrested. Oh.
What the fuck is this? Just rude to at the end, man. What the fuck is going on? Oh god. That was good. I like the Chris Wilson scene, actually.
You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free.
Yeah, it was good. Yo, Georgie. Oh, that was a funny link, man. Thank you. That was good. Yeah, I don't know Rutu very much. I've never really watched his stream or something. I just heard that so occasionally there's like some drama with him, and that's all I know, really. But yeah. Check the whispers. Uh-oh. Ah. Should I do it now, Wonkas, or should I do it tomorrow? If you have any preference. It's amazing GG doesn't allow streamers to give away items for half the game, but have zero issue of giving away keys so people can buy in-game stuff. I don't know. I mean, there is a specific reason why you can't give away items to players and stuff, you know? And I think that's actually a pretty good policy to have. And I mean, okay, the keys, it's just like the marketing, right? To some degree. It's a different thing, you know? They still care about the integrity of the game, but, you know, the keys don't have much to do with that, basically. So you can't give away items to people or anything because, well, yeah, people should play the game, basically. Is that another key you smell? Yeah, we have a bunch more keys for tomorrow, guys. I will be giving away keys tomorrow. PSA for witch and minion players. Okay, Demon Form no weapon is not changed. Spectres are disabled. Bind Spectre won't be available at the beginning, but has some problems that weren't able to solve in time. Oh. Okay. Good to know, I guess, if you want to play minions. No, I think you can definitely do viable minion builds without Spectres, but yeah, this is probably a bit of a loss there. Immortal Call removed. Yeah, defensive skills in general do not exist in PoE 2. If in theory crafting high velocity rounds Warbringer, it's shit. I already come to that conclusion. I would imagine it to be potentially pretty good. You found a video which explains the reload time. Sure, if you want to link it. I think it's relatively straightforward how reload works though, no? Who won the last key? Alexander.
And
mechanics.
the
Asmodeus clips.
they
Let's see what
basically
it says.
count as ammo skills, right? So any ammunition skills for your crossbow, you can have one of them active at a time, right? So let's take an example, so you do not keep it so abstract. We have fragmentation rounds, which is an ammunition skill, you can see by the tag, and then we have a permafrost bolts, which is an ammunition tag. Both of them are kind of like a shotgun, and both of them by default load up one bolt. Well, technically it's like, 10 bolts or whatever, but it's like as a one pack, right? So it says one bolt on your character, like on the bottom right where you have the skill. So you select that and you have a circle around it. Okay, this is the active skill you have right now. This is the active ammo you have right now, and you have one of it, so you can shoot one time. And then you have another button for all of the crossbow shots, right? So any ammunition skill that is an attack will basically be executed, performed with the same button. So you have one button for shooting, and then you have a bunch of buttons for loading the ammo, right? So for example, I'm clicking the fragmentation rounds, and then I shoot the fragmentation rounds. And then if I want to shoot the other one, I click the other one, and then I shoot, right? So it's kind of two buttons, right? But it does shoot like 10 bolts per burst, right? And there's way to combo these things and so on. So that's an important thing to know. Different skills, like for example, high velocity rounds, right? This loads up way more bolts, right? This can load up like 50 bolts or whatever, right? Like a huge amount of bolts, and you can just hold down the button and shoot them until you run out. And then when you run out, that's the important part. If you run out of whatever ammo you have selected, right, your character will automatically attempt to reload them. It can be interrupted with a dodge roll, right? That's, for example, one of the...
Yeah, I mean, that's relatively straightforward, I think. This is a 1 hour video. What is going on? Okay, he's going through like everything. I see. Alright. Permafrost bolts, Giga Chat. Yeah, they seem relatively nice early game. We're diving very deep. Yeah, the thing is, You know, I kind of like know what gems there are, what supports there are, what I'm going for, but I mean the numbers might be completely different and whatever, so I'm not sure if I wanna go that deep now. It's gonna be like also like a feel thing, you know. I will probably like move around like supports from between my skills a lot, depending on how much I'm using a certain skill right now. And so on. Mariana twinge dive. Yeah. But yeah, reload is pretty straightforward. So basically as soon as you run out of bolts, it will just do the reload. And that's it, yeah. And there's nothing really special to it. I just didn't notice that there was reload time on the weapon itself. But then we see it here, for example, reload time 1.1 seconds. So if you ever run out, so for example, for like the fragmentation or for the high velocity, they're always like, you know, 1 bolt per like load basically. So you can shoot kind of like instantaneously, but then you have to wait a second in order to shoot again because it has to reload. And then for example, for rapid shot, you have like 70 bolts in 1 clip. And you can actually just reload it once and then keep shooting. But in that case, it's more like a ranger where you're constantly slow walking, shooting, you know, like for example with like the instantaneous shots where you reload, you can reload at full walk speed, but you can't shoot at full walk speed. So you will have like a very short window where you slow down, and then you have like a very large window where you just walk at full speed while reloading, and then you slow down and then for the shoot, and so on. With rapid shots, for example, if you just like machine gun stuff down, you will constantly slow walk and shoot, but then you have like a very short reload at the end. So this is kind of like how that works, I guess. Yeah, maybe reload is affected by attack speed, because we saw that earlier. There was like a weapon that had like attack speed roll on it, and the reload number was blue on the weapon. So it sounds like attack speed actually affects reload time, and I guess it actually makes sense, right? Because the reload is the attack cooldown, basically, for some of those abilities. So attack speed improving reload times is actually the only way that makes sense. Because the attack itself doesn't actually really have an animation, it's just like boom, you know, that's it. And okay, maybe that will also speed up a little bit, but it's mostly the reload that actually like affects some of those abilities. I just saw anything about Ballista. We saw like a clip of Ballista somewhere in the Endgame announcement, I think somewhere, but I don't think it's in early access. Armor piercing rounds and high velocity round of Wallbringer, I will make it work. I think if I play Wallbringer, you specifically want to not use the armor breaking stuff, you know? Because the Wallbringer armor breaks for you. You don't need the rounds. That's the entire point, I think, of playing the Wallbringer. Yeah, I was trying to get used to WSD. Trying to understand what I actually have to do as a monk. Took me a while to understand, and then it was like blasting screens. Stun and heavy stun, 2 different things with different thresholds. There might be abilities that like directly induce a stun. I'm not sure about that. But heavy stun is basically like the stagger bar that we saw. We just saw it here on this guy actually. Watch the skeleton. Do you see the bar under his health bar? That is the heavy stun. It's like a stagger. Falling Thunder with power charge is gigantic. Yeah, watch out. Here I'm gonna get a power charge now. Bam. This was the killing palm. And now you have the power charge swirling around me. And when you do Falling Thunder, this is like an insane combo. This is like basically how you play Monk in the early game, besides if you don't want to do cold stuff, maybe. Now I just need to like stop looking at my stuff here and actually attack something. This will be cool. You want to play Flicker Strike. You need some charges for that as well, I think. Is it Power or Frenzy? And it also has like a cooldown, I believe, or something. Or at least like, you know, charge generation is like cooldown based most of the time. So overall, like a pure flicker strike build will not work, but you can try to combine it with something. Actually, I realized I looked at a lot of notes here. But I wonder like how like accurate they are compared to what we already know. I mean, many of them are actually similar. Yeah, Monk seems like a very good class in general. Overall, the path of day looks very similar to what we already know. It has Cunning Strike against marked enemy, for example. It's basically like one of the ascendancy nodes on Mercenary. Can you use marks with crossbows? Is that a thing? Marks a target, makes the monster to being frozen. Looks like it. I think this might be extremely powerful as well for monks. You take this witch thing here and just like generate power charges super easily. You kill something, get a power charge, walk up to the next pack, kill it with one clap, get a power charge again. It only takes 2 seconds. I think it's gonna be extremely good. You can even do like less duration, it's like 1 second. The next critical hit receives... Consumes the mark to deal extra damage and grant a frenzy charge. Eight seconds mark enemies have 50% increased chance to shock. Shock inflicted has 30% increased effect. $53 fucking mana, dude. 8 seconds though and no cooldown. Crazy Monk also has no cooldown. Can you check the leap slime wording? What's confusing about it? Energy Yuda is very good considering how crazy curses are. Yeah, Energy Yuda is nice. The last 2 lines. Enemies with fully broken armor ends fully broken armor on enemies after hitting. Ah, no. It's 500% more stun build-up against enemies with fully broken armor. And then new thing, ends fully broken armor on enemies after hitting. So you get more stun at the cost of removing the fully broken armor. Yeah, in general, Leap Sim is going to be very powerful. Dude, this is actually a very good cluster down there, what the fuck? 10% increased attack speed while a rare or unique enemy is nearby. 4% increased damage of hits against rare and unique enemies. Okay. Reflects convert to energy shields. Most of the stuff seems to not have changed. I'm looking at all the keystones. Ah, here we go. So this is now, I have a power charge from the previous fight. And this is Falling Thunder. Look how far this goes. Look at the line. And the other two got blocked by the environment there. It actually goes all screen. It's kinda nutty. And later I figured out that, you know, getting the power charge here from the... I just killed it with a random attack instead of getting power charge. Yeah, but this was like making it so much stronger. Look at this. It's insane. Yes, who? Headless chicken, thank you. What? I actually 2 times did not consume the power charge. I think there was a support gem where you have a chance to not consume the charges. So you just go again, man. Yeah, I figured it out at this point, and I'm doing this combo like as much as I can. Get a power charge. Bam. Kapow. Went for the wrong guy. No mana. Look, this fucking line just one-shots these big skellies. It's crazy. I'm gonna be making a cookie cutter basic build for monks. I didn't like prepare anything now, but I would definitely recommend to look for this combo. It's like, what is this thing called? Oh, charge. Let's see. So Falling Thunder is a consumer for power charges. It's like the big lightning hit. You get it pretty early as well, I believe. Yeah, there's actually a level 1 ability. Falling Thunder. Here, Killing Palm, that's the one. It's also the one, so they're both level 1 skills on Monk. I'd recommend to go with that combo for the start, and then you basically try to get enemies to low life. And then you use Killing Palm to get a power charge. And once you do that, your Falling Thunder is gonna go ridiculous. How do you scale it? Projectile or melee? I think this is like full melee scaling. Well, actually, it does say projectiles. So I guess it does have projectile damage in there. I guess you're probably gonna mostly look at attack damage and lightning damage and maybe crit or something to try to scale both at the same time. I snap in the middle of the screen because I have the overlay map on with like a tab. Might not really be that needed. I'm just not used to it when I play PoE, so I did that. It's a slam. Oh shit, it is actually. So you can actually warcraft this. True. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, so if you do a Infernal Cry, you get 100% of damage as fire damage. If you do a Seismic Cry, trying to do with an increased Warcry speed. Hits ignore monster enemy physical damage reduction. You get an Aftershock. So is Aftershock only physical damage, by the way? Or is Aftershock like anything? I think we saw it here somewhere, Aftershocks. Aftershocks are bursts of area that occur after the initial impact of the skill causing them. If not otherwise specified, the Aftershock will deal the same damage as the initial impact in the same area. Uh-oh. And the question is, does that work with the projectiles that come out of the thunder? Maybe. But that sounds kind of interesting, actually. Actually, what else does this slam here? So, Stampede is a slam, Thunder, Supercharged Slam. So it's channeled. 100% more damage with hits for each stage, maximum 3 stages. Channeling ends 1 second after reaching maximum stages. Release 1 aftershock per stage. This also seems kind of nutty, man. What the fuck? 100% more damage with hits for each stage per aftershock, and you get more aftershocks per stage, so it actually has like exponential scaling here. That seems pretty nuts, actually. Supercharged Slam. This might actually just be the better, like, perfect strike. Rosella. Thank you again for the subgift. You play SF hardcore or hardcore as softcore is not real PoE. Yeah, I think for the first time around it might not be a bad idea to go softcore though, just to like learn the game once. I also plan to play a lot of hardcore though. Volcanic Fissure is a slam. Earthquake, Earth Shatter. Falling Thunder, yeah, Falling Thunder is actually a quarterstaff slam. That seems nuts. Convert 60% of physical to lightning. So there's like this ritual here. Impales a skeleton on a bone spike, extracting a power charge over a short duration. Bone spike itself is a minion. If it dies, the extraction is interrupted, it will not gain a power charge. So I wonder like how hard it is to do this. But technically you could have like, you know, 1 or 2 skellies. Like that you just summon with your spirit. You know, just take like the lowest spirit cost skellies. Then use power offering, and then even on the boss fights you can do like the Giga Slams with Falling Thunder. That's something I've thought about, and to be honest, looking at this with the Infernal Cry, for example, as well, damn, it looks like a crazy combo. I mean, hell, you can even just do this as a warrior, right? You just go warrior and equip a quarterstaff. Kinda nutty. There's no support and that says something about power charge. Percent chance to grant an additional charge. %35 chance to not remove charges, but still count as consuming them. So that's actually a nice combo, dude. Damn. Now I'm tempted. Dude, sick, yo monk. YOLO. Fuck. Water warrior, slammer with quarterstaff. You got the cucumber ready. Nice, Cornex. Nice to see you. Look at vaulting impact. Okay, let me see that again. Leap forward and slams the ground, sending out a stunning shockwave that is especially potent against dazed enemies. 1 second to attack time. So it's kind of like a leap slam, but not a leap slam. Consume dazed and enemies to cost 3 times and more stun build up. Okay. 213 attack damage, doesn't seem bad. Yeah, the thing is that this Earthbreaker, the aftershocks, I don't expect him to work very well with the Falling Thunder, to be honest. So I think this is not really gonna be that great here. But it can do 4, 5, 8. And then you can do the crushing impact. More stuns. More damage against heavy stunned enemies. You kind of want to take 6 and 7 together, I feel. 40% more damage against heavy stunned enemies. And then you consume the power charge, kapow, like it sounds kind of nuts. I'm definitely gonna try something like this, I think. When I play a monk, I mean, I could also just play like Gerudo Monk, I could play the Invoker, it doesn't really matter, I think. Skeletal Cleric is only 14 spirit, that's very little reservation. So, yeah, 14, 28. You can also do warriors. So depending on like if the clerics, for example, die too fast or so, then you could also do these. Maybe they're like tankier. So it's not too much spirit to you have to reserve. If you get like 2 of these, you can like pretty reliably just like use the what is it called? Profane Ritual. No wait, this was for corpses. Power Offering, that's the one. I guess it depends a little bit on like, you know, how much life does this thing have, how long does it take. Staff Warrior. Yeah. Tempting. Very tempting, I gotta say. I can actually do like some really big slams, I think, with this Falling Thunder. I'll try it. We'll see, you know. At this point, we'll see. We're just gonna log in tomorrow, we start blasting, and then we're gonna keep blasting until... Well, who knows, actually. There's a notable that converts charges. True, actually. I think it's actually a keystone, no? Somewhere. Somewhere here on the bottom right, I think. No? Yeah, resonance. Gain power instead of frenzy. I think it's easier to get power charges than it is to get frenzy charges though. PoE 2 download soon. Yeah, well, I'll get it soon. Are you doing 24 hours? Yes. In World First Race, I mean, I guess it's relatively unlikely that, you know, whatever I choose it turns out to be like good enough or fast enough or something, but who knows. Maybe it's really fast and really good. We'll see. I'm gonna raid someone. I'm gonna go now, guys. I have some more stuff to prepare, and then we're gonna go sleep in probably like 6-7 hours. So until then, hope you enjoy the stream. I'll be back tomorrow. Big session. Excited as hell. Yeah, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be a good time. Yo, I'm gonna raid Ben. Let's go. He's like the biggest blaster out there, basically. So send him some love, guys. How many keys giveaway tomorrow? A lot. I have a bunch. So I'm probably gonna do, you know, something like one every hour and then until they run out or something. So. Have a good one, guys.